Testing, testing. Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, oh, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
But this is our space.
You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, no. Oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman!
Vaccine.
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Margin of victory yet. It's really impressive, though I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy had disease.
So like there was this thing I used to do when we were Twitch streaming and when it was marking on. And that was is I would intentionally write opening segments or like jokes for the intro. And like, man, I just look back on that time and think, yeah, I probably should have done that. I probably should resurrect that. That was a good idea back when I used to do that. Hold on. Where's my beard brush? Yo, I just put beard balm in my fucking beard and like, we're not getting through the night without the beard brush. We'll be right back. I'm back. What's mid? We're gonna talk about what's mid. I won't bury the lead. How am I gonna vote? By the way, I'm probably gonna write in. I don't trust. So here's the thing: Donald Trump lost my vote with two things. Number one, he lost my vote by not being apologetic enough about some of the disasters, even though I understand that his hands were tied to a certain degree. He's not apologetic enough about COVID. And then when he put forward his set of policies, he was, in order to counteract the tough on crime, in order to counteract prosecutors that are letting people out, he put out this whole tough on crime, like more warrants, more like he basically stated that he wants to revamp the war on drugs. And both of those are guaranteed authoritarian things for me. And I don't have confidence that he's actually going to reduce the size and scope of the state. And so, yeah, I refuse to vote for Donald Trump. I obviously am not going to vote for fucking Biden for a billion different reasons. So I'll probably just write in someone. It depends on who wins the LP nomination. If if Michael Rectenwald or Chase Oliver wins the LP nomination, I'm going to write in. If Joshua Smith, Joshua at large, if he wins, then I'll vote LP. So that's how I'm voting presidential. In terms of local stuff, I've just moved recently. I don't really know the local politics scene that well, and I got to do more research. So I don't know my state representative that well, stuff like that, because I'm used to living in Richmond and understanding Richmond politics, and I don't live in Richmond any longer. Yo, what is happening with the music? Hold on. I gotta go back to Pretzel Rocks. Doesn't like the stations didn't want to cut in appropriately. Here we go. There we go. What about the Kennedy fellow? The left-wing socialist that just because he's an anti-vax nutbag, he happens to be somewhat right on COVID for the wrong reasons? Yeah, fuck that guy. Robert F. Kennedy is a fucking quack, and I've always said he's a quack, and then all of a sudden people started loving him. I said he was a quack when he was saying dumb shit on Bill Maher like fucking 7 years ago when he was talking about fucking the MMR vaccine. It's like, hey, dipshit, like thimerosal hasn't been in the MMR vaccine. Well, the MMRV, because now it's measles, mumps, rubella, however you pronounce it, and varicella vaccination. So nobody even really gets MMR anymore. They get MMRV. But regardless, setting that aside, it's had oh God, instead of thimerosal, it has, what is it? It's a gram negative. It's not gram positive. It's a gram negative preservative, but I can't remember the name of it. But it's had a different preservative since like the late 80s. And they're like still talking about like, it causes autism. It's like, it's just terrible fucking science. But yeah, I did chess today. Oh my God. It dawned on me today that like, it was like just a crazy thing. I was in the mirror and I'm like, oh, you fat fuck. Oh, you're so gross. Right. Doing my morning routine. And what's my ELO on chess? I don't play chess. I meant chest. Well, I mean, we did biceps and triceps and like, I guess a tiny bit of shoulders, and back, but I mean, we did fly, but no, it dawned on me today. I was like, oh, I'm 6'5" and intelligent and like not bad looking. Like if I can lose the weight again, because I've been like 220 before. I'm like 270 now. Been 220 plenty of times. It's like if I can get back down to 220, 230 and put on some muscle mass, like I'm gonna slay. I was like, oh yeah, that's like literally the only thing. That and money, but like money only matters for like a long-term relationship. Let's be honest, boys. I was like, dude, I'm gonna do just fine again. I was like, oh, I forgot. I was like, oh, wait a minute. All I gotta do is get rid of all this fucking fatness and noodle arms, and I'll be golden. Like it was for the first time in my life, like getting pussy and like looking good wasn't a motivation to go to the gym. It was like to be there for my kids. 270 for SH. Don't skip leg day. I did legs Friday. Leg press, iron mics, weighted iron mics, leg press. I forget what this thing is. The raises, whatever. And then I did calf raises, and like some other shit. And then I ended on the elliptical. Oh, for shame, dude, I'm 6'5". When I was, hold on, let me see. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me show you a picture from when I was 230. Okay. This was me at 230, mind you. Okay. So 230 is still people being like, oh, Jesus, fuck, you're fat. Right. I got to scroll until I find wherever the fuck my old army pictures are. So this was me being a fat body fuck at 230. I'm like, fucking clean it off. Like when people don't realize how much extra weight you have being fucking 6'5" and broad shouldered. Like if I were to go under 200, I would look fucking sick. Like if I was 190, people would be like, dude, did you start doing heroin? Like, are you okay, man? Like welfare checks would probably be necessary for me if I was below 200. I'll be honest, that doesn't look like you. I don't know what to fucking tell you, man. That's what I'm saying. So like my goal weight is just to get back to 230 and put on some muscle. Right? I'm at 270 right now. And like 40-pound difference seems like a ton, and it is, but again, it's 6'5", it's not that much of a difference. But regardless, putting all that aside, I was in the bathroom looking at how fat I was, and I was like, oh fuck. 6'5", 180 to 200 unless you're jacked. I'm fat. No, I'm sorry. Hold on, pause. 6'5", 180 I would have to be emaciated. That was me at 230. I got like to my lowest point in the army. I was at right out of AIT. I was at 220, 215. And you could see abs. When I was at 215, you could see my abs poking out. Like that lasted for a couple weeks. Cause as soon as I got out of AIT and they weren't forcing me to go through massive fucking workouts every day, I immediately put on 10, 15 pounds of fat. There was no way I was going to maintain that. But nevertheless, 215, I have abs that you can see. 180 is a problem. Women finding you attractive? What's that? A type of soup? It's not that hard, really. I don't know. I do fine now. But that's mostly because I have the gift of gab. And the gift of gab isn't even really being good at talking. It's mostly just not being a bitch about talking to girls in literally any scenario. I'll give you an example. And I got turned down, right? I got turned down this past weekend. But I was out with Mark at Home Depot. And there was this really cute chick working at Home Depot. And so I asked for her help because I actually needed her help to we were talking to her for a minute about some bullshit. I don't remember. And then later I was like, oh, I need someone to unlock the weed eater. Cause we bought a weed eater and a hedge trimmer at Home Depot for the house. And so I needed her. I got somebody who was like, oh, you need this person to unlock it. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I get her. And then and I was like, hey, wouldn't be presumptuous of me to, ask what you're doing this Saturday. And she was like, oh, I'm going to a pool party. I was like, oh, hey, fair enough. I was, and I made some joke about the fact that this time of year, nobody gets in the pool. Nobody gets in the pool at a pool party. And I'm always the only person that actually gets in the pool at a black pool party. And then she laughed. And then I was like, what are you doing Sunday? And then she was like, oh, I don't know. I don't actually I don't actually date guys from here. And then I made some, joke about the fact that I'm not a construction worker. I'm an online nerd. And then she laughed it off and then said maybe later. And then I hit her up later and got her phone number. I'm not good looking. I just like, it's just more 9 times out of 10. It's just like, just fucking talk and be normal and don't stutter. You'll be fine. You don't need these red pill. You don't need fucking pickup artist techniques. You don't need fucking red pill to be like, women are like this, bro. Like, you just need to like talk to enough of them, learn to talk to them. And if you get turned down, it's like, yeah, you're going to get turned down a lot. Like, girls are the sexual selector of the species. They only find like 20% of you physically attractive. And then like of that 20%, like 90% of you are going to fail the moment you open your mouth because they get the ick. And that just happens. Nah, man, give me all the tech. I mean, like, sure, the techniques, I'm sure, improve your game and shit. I'm sure it improves. But you don't need any of that shit, dude. You just need to stop being a bitch. And like, if you have social anxiety, just fucking vomit it out, get it out of your mouth, get through it, and just fucking go. It's not that hard. Like, I hate all of these fucking red pill pickup, all of these people. It's so bad. What woman wouldn't love to nerd out about the nap? As it turns out, almost all of them. almost all of them, sir. There's a very select group of girls that want to nerd out about the nap. And if you find her, she's probably a femboy, all right? She's probably, like, you need to start checking for a trans flag somewhere because you've been tricked by a 5'4" cute boy. And hey, man, there's nothing wrong with that, especially if they're cute enough. If they're cute enough to trick me, then, you know, whatever. We'll find out. Hey, girl, want to talk about the nap? No. Do you tell them about argumentation ethics? Dude, I don't even tell Twitter people about argumentation ethics. Oh, Fresh and Fit? Dude, I saw the video of him, like, in love with the Chinese escort, like, as he was putting her on the plane. And it was like, I'm not gonna lie, dude. It's like worse than watching a rom-com with your girl. Like, you know, like when you're forced to watch a rom-com, and I don't know how some people enjoy it. I can't enjoy that shit because, like, I don't like to watch people be in uncomfortable situations that they should extricate themselves from. Like, I just don't like it. Like, it makes me, like, maybe I'm too empathetic. I don't know. Maybe I'm an empath, you know? That's just how I am. You know, I feel feelings. But, like, I don't know. But regardless, like, I can't do that. And watching that was like worse than watching a romantic comedy because it was real. And it was just like, oh, fuck, dude. The bigger the figure, the better I like her. No, that's not a wise man. Look, don't get me wrong. I enjoy like a big butt. I enjoy big boobs as much as the next guy, but nobody likes obese women. They settle for obese women. I mean, I won't say nobody. Some people have a fetish, but like more often than not, people are settling for an obese woman. Oh no, I've done terrible things in my life. Like we're talking about the here and now. I've done horrible things. That's not how I thought the show was going to open tonight, guys. Nobody wants mashed potatoes. Some guys like carbs, you know, but obese and chubby are two different things. Not really. Most girls that are chubby are obese. There's very, very, like, it's a Venn diagram that's mostly overlap. Let's be honest. Like for sure. Like I'd say, like, I don't know what chubby is subjective. Obese isn't, right? Obese is a medical thing, but like most girls you meet that are chubby or are going to be, we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this later on in the show. Because I want to talk about the definition of fat, and we can talk about chubby and thick in there as well. And I want to talk about the definition of mid. And I want to actually, I want to talk to the science with you guys because, and I'm not burying it. So I'll tell you the order. We're doing the intro, which is what we're doing right now. Here in a minute, to liven things up, we're going to watch one of High Res's music videos that Mark was like, check this out. It's called like fact checking or something. And then I'll probably clip that and turn that into a standalone video for that section of like political reacts videos, because I like to look at political music videos and not only talk about them musically and react to them, but also talk about the political message in them and the consistency, etc. We'll go into that. So we'll go into that next here in just a minute. I want to talk about the thumbnail, which is why I'm pissed off at libertarians, discussing open borders and race-based tax systems. Yeah. Then we'll talk about mid and fat. Then we'll look at the undercover footage from, was it Sound Investigations of an FBI agent claiming that there were FBI agents and CIA present in January 6th. And if we have time, there is this guy that is a whistleblower FBI agent that says the video is obviously bullshit, and he wants to talk about why it's bullshit. And if we have time, we'll react to that as well. Is it about the word mid in and of itself, or is it deeper? Well, I mean, yes and yes. It's about the word mid itself, but I want to talk about how attraction's logarithmic. I want to talk about how the research shows that women are more attractive. I want to talk about what sexual selector means. I want to talk about what it means when something is logarithmic or standard distribution as opposed to a 1 to 10 scale in percentages. And I want to put all of that together with the context of the red pill and everything so that people can actually understand what the fuck the term mid as an insult means, why it works, and what it actually means. Because unfortunately, the closest you're going to get to a breakdown, an intellectual breakdown of that, is going to be from people like Not So Erudite. And unfortunately, her name is quite apt. She's really bad at reading research and interpreting it. And she's the only one that really brings psychology or things like that in this space. I'm sure there are probably some people I don't know about in that space. And if you guys, link me up with those people, etc., yeah. But yeah, I just see everyone misunderstanding it from every angle, and it's hilarious because nobody gets it. And so I'm going to nerd out and we're going to talk about it. I'm going to do the same thing with fat, chubby, thick, etc. They're kind of all in the same vein. I watched a couple of the Jack Guy's music videos featuring his wife. Meh. Oh, Jack Lloyd. I love Jack Lloyd. Listen, I love Jack Lloyd. I had him on the program. I love Philosopher. I love that they're base liberty takes. I love that they have been outlandish and brazen. I love that they're doing kids' books, the Unlearning School series. I've always found all of their music to be cringe. It's just cringe to me. It hurts. Most political people that are political first and make music, their music is trash. Tim Pool is honestly, as much as I hate Tim Pool's most of his takes and shit, he's a bit of an exception. His music's actually pretty decent. It's okay. It's kind of like when Hollywood attempts to remake a video game into a movie. It's like 9 times out of 10, it's fucking awful, right? Like the Assassin's Creed, awful. Fucking Tomb Raider, one of the Tomb Raider films was okay, but like for the most part, bleh. Thoughts on Tom MacDonald? Tom MacDonald is the most hit or miss person in music I've ever seen in my entire life. So when I talk about S-ranked, so like using like the Japanese manga system, right? Like, from like F, D, right? C, B, A, and S rank. When I talk about S rank political music, I think of Dead Prez, right? Dead Prez. So much of their music is S rank, even though it's commie garbage. It's really good. And if I'm being objective, it's really good. Bring Your Own Bombs by System of a Down is one of my S rank songs, right? That is, there's so many layers of that. And on top of that, Tom MacDonald and his song Sad Rappers. Sad Rappers to me is an S rank political song. Why is it an S rank political song? I guess we're just going into the music video reaction now, but whatever. Why is it an S rank song? It's an S rank song to me because the beat is good. The bars are good, right? Like the beat's good, the bars are good, the message is good. It's one consistent message, right? As opposed to like random one-liners. The entire song is structured around one consistent message, etc. So to me, I think it's a great example of that. Whereas I also think I've heard a lot of Tom MacDonald's music where I'm like, dude, I know you like to put out music every couple of weeks. You probably should have like spent a little more time on this one, right? Like, I think Tom McDonald is very, very hit or miss. And I think it comes from the fact that he does everything himself. And so he kind of has to use the audience to test things. Whereas like record companies, they don't take any risks. So you don't end up with like really, really bad stuff from good artists. Whereas I think you do end up with a lot of misses from independent artists, especially when they put out a bunch of stuff. And I think maybe he puts out a little. I think he should focus on quality over quantity sometimes. But I understand you never know what hits. You never know what's going to hit the algorithm. You never know what's going to go big viral. And so I understand the game of wanting to put out quantity over quality because he's a YouTube rapper in a lot of ways. But I think he's put out a lot of bangers. I think he's done a lot of good work. And I think a lot of it's like tiring. Army of Pharaohs back in the day. I feel like a goober now. Yeah. Well, that's what we were talking about. Well, she was saying that Jack guy because I did an interview with Jack Lloyd where I wanted to talk about open borders, and he kind of just wanted to avoid the actual discussion on that, but it's fine. Let's not go into video game movies, right? They're so bad. So many of them are so trash. All right, let me see where I got that. So we're going to do a reaction just to kind of warm up the night, have a little bit of fun, and see what this is about. And we're going to, and so again, I've mostly explained everything, but the way that I do this is I rank whatever I watch. Oh, hold on. Did that work? Yeah, there we go. It did work. Okay, cool. I rank whatever I watch from, an F, a D, a C, a B, an A, or an S rank. The only thing I've ever given an S rank to in all of these is, oh God, what was that song? Oh, fuck. The guy from Virginia, the guy from Virginia that went super viral. Richmond, North of Richmond. Richmond, North of Richmond, I think is an S rank. Of all of that I've reacted to, that's the only S rank I've ever given. I don't remember what I did for the high res. I think I gave it I did one other video by him and I gave it like a C. But what I'm looking for is I'm looking for structure. I'm looking for, does it convey a political message that makes sense? Does it hit hard? Does it have a bop? Like, is it musically good? Is it easy to parrot? Because songs that aren't easy to parrot are not good political songs. If a song is really, really complicated and hard to follow the structure, and it isn't a really good head bop, right? Like metal gets away with a lot more because you can just kind of headbang to it. But if it's not something that like can bop or like make people want to listen to it, repeated listening, then you can't actually sell the political message of the song, because the song doesn't get a bunch of replays, right? It's a song that like only the hardcore fans listen to when they listen to the whole album. So we're going to go through this and I'm just going to try and give my honest opinion to the best of my ability and see what happens. All right, so right off the bat, not a huge fan of the cliche intro. I'm not a big fan of this. Is like almost it's very cookie cutter when you see an intro where you have your high offbeat notes that hit, and then you have your flute or your violin or your strings. Usually if your strings come in here, they're going to be like lower in the sample and they're going to be muted. So they're not going to be the actual strings themselves. They're going to be played with by your producer. And then, but a flute coming in, you can hear that often with like, oh God, what's that guy? Oh God, I can't remember the Hispanic guy, the SoundCloud rapper that went super famous. What they want, what they want, what they want. Dollar signs, yeah, no, it's what they want. I can't remember his name right now. But like he literally has flute song, right? Like it's a whole lot of that. And then of course what we're gonna hear, and it's so predictable, and it's supposed to be like, oh shit, the beat's building. It's very obvious that like the some form of kick will come in. Maybe, or it'll just drop. And when it drops, it'll be the 808s, you know, like with the kick drums. So we're either going to get the kick or we're going to get the kick with the 808s. Not a big fan of that kind of that intro because it's a little overdone. But I mean, of course, sometimes you just need a cookie cutter thing for a bop. So we'll see. Rush, but Rush is an objectivist band, actually, believe it or not. Rush is a very political band. 2112, that entire album is a concept album about like music from an objectivist perspective, and how art is killed in a society of leftist philosophy. It's an extremely libertarian. It's a libertarian novel, basically in an album. Also amazing to listen to 2112 while tripping on acid. But anyways, let's go. Yeah, in the whispers.
The government filled with a bunch of reptiles and a bunch of pedophiles. Fact check. We all.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So we got the drop. The government filled with a bunch of reptiles and pedophiles. Sure. Conspiracy theory memes are fun.
The government filled with a bunch of reptiles and a bunch of pedophiles. Fact check. We all know never make it to a trial when trafficking a child. Fact check. You don't want to be scrutinizing the government or you'll be suicided. You and I both know what the truth they hiding when they using Biden. Fact check. The CIA killed MLK and JFK both. Fact check.
So far, I like this. I'm going to go back. I like this. I like that it is consistent. He's saying things and then you're just getting like fact check. I like that. If it sticks to this theme and then maybe subverts the theme towards the end, this is actually pretty good. Disclaimer, don't actually do acid. No. YouTube policy has changed. No disclaimer needed. Do acid. Do one hit. Do it with friends. Don't take too much. And fucking, you know, and as Carl Jung said, beware of unearned wisdom when you do so. Acid's good for you. Fuck off. Beats, I don't like the intro to the beat, but the beat's okay overall. I like the theme. I like it. Also, for the record, the FBI probably is the one accused of killing MLK, not the CIA. But sometimes I understand you have to play a little bit of liberty with the truth in order to make things fit in a bar. And like, is there really a substantive difference between the CIA and the FBI? Not really, so I like it so far.
The government filled with a bunch of reptiles and a bunch of pedophiles. Fact check. We all know never make it to a trial when trafficking a child. Fact check. You don't want to be scrutinizing the government or you'll be suicided. You and I both know what the truth they hiding when they using Biden.
I like that. I like the rhyme scheme too. You don't want to be scrutinizing, subdividing Biden. Like he's writing this, I don't know what that rhyme scheme is, but it's an internal rhyme scheme. And then he kind of gives up the internal rhyme scheme right at the end, but keeps it for the end rhyme for Biden. I like that.
Scrutinizing the government or you'll be suicided. You and I both know what the truth they hiding when they using Biden. Fact check.
Oh no, he didn't. Using Biden. So he kept it. He kept the ooh, I, N. So it's like a triple internal rhymes. Well, it's A on the internal and then a quick BC, or you could just say B for the end. So, I mean, it's not super complicated, but I like it.
The CIA killed MLK and JFK both. Fact check. The moon landing wasn't real, it was all a hoax. Fact check. Big Pharma putting profits over every single damn patient. Fact check. We all know that birds ain't real, they just government surveillance. Fact check. Rap labels been profiting off of the prison system.
Like he was just going to say everything with fact check, but like not actually. I do. It's like the censorship. I like the theme here. I do.
That birds ain't real, they just government surveillance. Fact check. Rap labels been profiting off of the prison system and jails. Fact check. We all breathing chemicals every single day from chemtrails. Fact check. Everybody know Michelle Obama, a man and never was pregnant. Fact check. We all know that Barack Obama was really born out in Kenya. Fact check. Who decides what is real and what is cap? What is cap? Who decides what is fake and what is fact? What is fact? They censor.
White rappers, the definition of mid. Dog, first of all, setting Eminem aside as the fucking GOAT, like there are plenty of good white rappers, like pause. Like I get like, you know, like college rap, fucking C Roth, like, and I love college, hey, and I love drinking, hey. is like the definition of fucking like cringy mid white rapper shit. Like I get it, but like there are a fuck ton of good white rappers. Like pause. Also, I don't know if High Res is like fully white. Like he looks like he might be Hispanic or something. NF is better than M. Yo, relax. NF is not better than M. NF is great. I love NF. He has a lot of fucking he has a lot of flows and a lot of things in his bag. Like I get that. He's very spiritual. He does things without cursing. He puts limitations on himself. There's a lot of metaphors. His last album was mid though, compared to the rest of the shit that he's done. I expected more from his last album. It was okay. To be fair, Recovery by Eminem was trash. So, I mean, it's not like Eminem hasn't put out trash before too. So there is that, but no, we're not talking about Neil Peart.
Obama was really born out in Kenya. Fact check. Who decides what is real and what is cap? What is cap? Who decides what is fake and what is fact? What is?
I don't like. I will say though that I like the rhyme structure. I don't like this kind of like dirty South gangster. Oh God, why can't like a chorus here? Like I don't like it because it's not. It's like there's not like. It's not gritty enough. It's not believable enough because you're talking about nerdy politics. And when you're talking about nerdy politics, like you can't sell that, like that DMX kind of like you can't have like, you know, like even white rappers, if you want a white rapper, right. As an example, like, Twin Flame, you know, that is it not Pop the Trunk? But Yellow Wolf has another song, where he's like, talking about driving around drunk or whatever, and he's talking about like the twin flames, and he has that right, like that deep guttural kind of feeling that you get from gangster rap that is very masculine. It doesn't really fit well, and it feels off in a song about politics. So I would have chosen something maybe a little bit less like, you know, like a little less like, you know, the roof, like Burn in the Roof or something, like maybe something a little bit more like lean into the math metal nerdy rap that you're doing a little bit. It just feels, I don't want to say cringe. It's not quite cringe. It works well enough, but it's not good enough.
Real and what is cap? What is cap? Who decides what is fake and what is fact? What is fact? They censor someone that you hate and then you clap. And then you clap. But they come in for you next. It's a trap. It's a trap. Who
You know what I mean? Like, so to see, like, you know, like we're using cap, we're using trap, we're using this game, we're using this Scott loves Sexy Red. Look, let's not talk about Sexy Red, all right? I don't, that's a guilty pleasure, all right? All right, but setting that aside, all right, I know it's bad, all right, I know it's trash, don't fuck, but anyways, like when you're using words like trap and when you're, you know, clap, trap, like, so clap is fine here, right? Like there's no second connotation here, but there's a kind of a cultural context to trap, and to cap, and like cap is like you're using a Gen Z, like, oh, that's cap kind of like nerdy thing here. And then you're in the external rhyme scheme at the end of the bar, you're rhyming it with trap. And the double entendre between trap here is, you know, is trap beats, drill beats, trap music, you know, thug life, you know, gang culture, the trap house, right? Where all of your local drug dealers are re-upping on whatever drugs that they're getting, you know, you're heading to the trap house. And so it's like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, clap. Yeah, I mean, getting clapped. Yeah, you could say is equal shot for sure. So there's this like kind of thug, subtle, you know, usage of those words in hip hop, and it doesn't match this song at all. It comes off awkward and forced. But the first verse is really good, and I like the message. I like the theme. Chorus comes off cringe.
What is fake and what is fact? What is fact? They censor someone that you hate and then you clap. And then you clap. But they come in for you next. It's a trap. It's a trap.
Actually, I don't know if it's intentional here, so it might actually be kind of genius. I don't know if it's intentional. If it's intentional, it's actually really smart, but I might be thinking too much into it. But if he's using clap, like getting clapped, as like a double entendre here, and that it is a trap,
and he's kind of like slyly hinting towards the conspiracy theories that may or may not be true about like Hillary Clinton or like the Boeing guy that just got killed or something like that, and like whistleblowers and things like that, and like and how that ties into censorship. If that's like a subtle double entendre that is intended to be part of the chorus, I'll bump it up a notch, right? Like I think this chorus is a C. It'll be a B if that, a B or maybe even an A if that's intentional. But I think I'm probably just overthinking it. It's probably not intentional.
Decides what is real and what is cap? What is cap? Who decides what is fake and what is fact? What is fact? They censor someone that you hate and then you clap. Then you clap. But they coming for you next. It's a trap.
Because like that's why it says, but they coming for you next. It almost feels like they're coming for you, even though you're playing their game. You're still going to get clapped. But then also like it's a trap in the sense that like you know, first they came for the communists and like I didn't say anything, you know, then they came for these people and I didn't say anything, then they came for me and nobody, you know, it's you know the poem, right? So I think he's probably just referencing the second one. I don't think that. Also, there's like 23 to 29 of you in here at any moment, and with 9 likes. Like the fucking stream, all right, boys? Even if you don't like it, give me a dislike. Like, give me some engagement on the likes and dislikes. I appreciate you. But yeah, so I think I'm probably overthinking.
That you hate and then you clap, but they coming for you next. It's a trap, it's a trap. Come on, man, the earth is flat. It's not round. Fact check. Bush knew them towers were gonna get.
Also, is anybody else hearing that like the fact check and all of his ad libs just, I feel like they need to be like they feel a little like how do I put it? Like listen to his ad lib. Listen to fact check.
Oh man, the earth is flat. It's not round. Fact check.
So it's like the earth's not round. Fact check. Right? Like the ad lib doesn't sound significantly different from the verse, so it doesn't quite sound like an ad lib, right? Like I'm not saying he needs a hype man to do his ad libs or something, but his ad libs aren't, even if this could have been done post-production, like something needs to be added to the ad lib, either bringing it down in the mix so it's a little quieter, making it a little more gainy or harsh, pitching it in some capacity, maybe doing like some type of diphthong on it. Something needs to be done to the ad lib, because the ad lib just isn't sold as an ad lib. It sounds like a continuation of the verse, which is not what you want an ad lib to sound like, right? Like you want like, come on man, earth is flat, fact check, like or something. You know what I mean? Like I'm not a fucking rapper. I'm not a musician. You know what I mean? Like but like, you know, like, or just a different voice, a different person would have sold it. I get that obviously he's a solo artist, so like that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But I don't like his ad libs. His ad libs need to be a little bit tighter. Something change in it in the mix a little bit.
It's a trap. Come on, man, the earth is flat. It's not round. Fact check. Bush knew them towers were gonna get knocked down. Fact check. Alex Jones been right with everything he said. Fact check. Tupac alive in Cuba, man, he isn't dead. Fact check. We been overseas killing kids with drones. Fact check. MK Ultra failed, Kanye West a clone. Fact check. The government.
I do really appreciate that he is putting things in that are very obviously just not true to anybody with half a brain, as well as things that like lefties and news organizations have fact checked that are like absolutely true. Like just like Obama just murdering the fuck out of innocent kids with drones, at least in the first part of his administration. He got better at it, I guess, later.
Drones. Fact check. MK Ultra failed, Kanye West a clone. Fact check. The government spying on you when you're home. Fact check. They tracking all of us on every single phone. Fact check. Humans didn't build the pyramids. Fact check. Men cannot get a period. Fact check. The web.
Yo, the juxtaposition of humans didn't build the pyramids, that like it was aliens with sound machines or some shit, next to like dudes can't get periods, is wild, and I'm here for it. I appreciate
all of us on every single phone. Fact check. Humans didn't build the pyramids. Fact check. Men cannot get a period. Fact check. The West wants to just eliminate all borders. Fact check. This whole agenda is a part of the New World Order. Fact check.
The what? Support the New World Order? I missed
NATO borders, fact check. The sole agenda is support the New World Order, fact check.
Oh, the soul agenda.
Who decides what is real and what is cap? What is cap? Who decides what is fake and what is fact? What is fact? They censor someone that you hate and then you clap. And then you clap. But they coming for you next. It's a trap. It's a trap. Who decides what is real and what is cap? What is cap? Who decides what is fake and what is fact? What is fact? They censor someone that you hate and then you clap. Then you clap. But they coming for you next. It's a trap. It's a trap.
Yeah. So overall, I give it a B minus. I can't decide if it's a B or a C. Hold on, let me turn down while I talk about it a little bit in the background. We'll cut it way down. There we go. Put it way down in the mix. I don't like the chorus. I think the chorus harkens too much to gangster rap that doesn't fit the theme and style of the song. If that clap, they're coming for you, it's a trap, is a kind of a subtle double entendre for like people getting assassinated for speaking out against the truth, then I would say that is way better. That it's actually that like it almost deserves that, but it's not quite prominent enough, and it's too subtle. So like the last outro chorus, right? The chorus that is the outro, he should have changed like "they coming for you" to like "Hillary gonna get you" as a trap or something like that, which would like then reveal the double entendre if it was a double entendre. Because if it's a double in the chorus, then I have more respect for it. I like the theme. I like that it's consistent. I like the juxtaposition. Like the song structure is good. Chorus is a little rough. It's the beat is tropey, but once it gets going, it bops. So yeah, I give it. Thinking about all of the things, I give it a B. It's a solid B. It's not an A. It's not S rank. It's not amazing, but it's actually pretty good. It's better than the last thing that I heard from him. So yeah, I'm down with it. Hold on, this is what I needed. Oh, and the person is High Res TV. Let me just send you guys a link to the video itself. It's not bad. It's not bad. It was okay. It was actually no, it was a little bit better than okay, right? And okay, I think I would consider like a C to be like okay. So it's a little better than okay, but it wasn't like knock your socks off, like, oh my God, I have to show this to my friends. You know what I mean? Like the first time I heard Sad Rappers by Tom McDonald, especially because Tom McDonald wasn't that known, I was like, holy shit, I have to show this to my friends. Right? Like when I was a kid and like BYOB by System of a Down came out, I was like, holy shit, I have to show this to everybody. Like everybody needs to know how amazing this is. Oh yeah, high res, sorry. I think I put like a GH in there when I typed it out, didn't I? I think I put a GH in there in like in this video, in like the description of the video. Okay, maybe I didn't. Or maybe I put it out in like the Discord or something. But regardless, I did somewhere. I know I did somewhere. Hold on, let me look in general. It's whatever. It's not a big deal. Let me go back. So yeah, no, I think that's a fun little warm up. What do you guys think about doing? I think I want to do a political song reaction every Wednesday, like towards the beginning of stream, just to kind of like get us to have fun, get us in a nerdy mood, listen to some music. And if you guys are a YouTube member, should be easier to reach me via YouTube. If you're not a YouTube member, because it's only $3.99 and you get cool emotes like this glowy emote and shit. We'll have more once we get more members. But also if you're in the Discord, DM me over Twitter. My Twitter DMs are open. My Discord, so long as you're in the Discord server, my DMs are open to you, or you can @ me in the Discord. And then, like I said, I'll put out community posts, because right now I just have one like, what kind of content do you want to see for members? But also, if remind me, actually, hold on, let me write this down or I'll forget. Member song requests. Because I'm not setting up a fucking Patreon. You know what I mean? Like where you guys pay $1, where I try and like force you guys to go off site to pay $1 to fucking pay. I hate that shit. Like just like we have YouTube members now. Like just do the YouTube membership shit. It's way easier. At least as far as I feel. So, getting into it. Why am I mad at libertarians right now? Why am I furious at libertarians? So, I don't know if you guys have known, I'm a bordertarian. And I've put out some videos and I've challenged people to an open debates. I've challenged everybody to debate me on whether or not, you know, we ought to have closed borders or open borders. Because autism, yeah, kind of actually. My greatest strength and weakness is I'm like the only non fucking autistic libertarian and cap apparently. So I'm a bordertarian. What does a bordertarian mean? I am for closed borders in our current political system as our current policy. Now, Liquid Zulu, Ace Arcus, like all of these other ANCAPs that do a lot of talking trash on the internet and do a lot of debating have all, you know, they were coming after Dave Smith, which I agree. Dave Smith's arguments are trash. Fair enough. But I've been very upset about them. I've been really, hey, what's up, Aero Suarez? We just finished a music reaction. I'll probably make it over the weekend or over the next day or two. I'll turn it into a video, a standalone video. But, so I'm against open borders. So I think I repinned a tweet and I want to read this tweet in a minute to talk about that position. But before I talk about that position, I want to talk about the other thing that is basically the same argument that libertarians are supporting, that has me fucking enraged right now. Liquid Zulu came after me for this, and then after I pressured him against it, he eventually just admitted that he was just trying to Socratic method me and like call me retarded. And I was saying that he was, you know, supporting commies, so, you know, whatever, fair play. But Ace Arcus, he immediately like dropped once I was like, piss off, debate me, or shut the fuck up. And that's when he shut the fuck up because he doesn't want to debate it. But the account from, what is it? Socratic method is equal to trolling. Look, I'm all for the Socratic method, but what he and Ace Arcus and a bunch of these people do is not the Socratic method. What they do is I make a positive position, they make a positive position. And then they try and use questions to try and bring out a contradiction, which is the Socratic method in a way, right? But what they do is they bring you closer and closer and further and further away from the topic itself and into hypotheticals way down the line that are disanalogous to what we're talking about. And then once they get you in this disanalogy to admit something that you wouldn't admit in the other analogy, they go, aha, see? Just let me invite all the sexy Mexican women to my property, commie. Dude, I'm all for you inviting people on you. I am Hoppian on this position, which is that we should have an invitee system. So long as you're willing to pay or to co-sign, they're paying, but you're willing to co-sign payments, you can invite whoever you want. If you're an employer, if you're a fucking Comic-Con, whatever, and people can just get insurance if they're here to visit. Yeah, it's the exact opposite of the Socratic method. They run from it. But anyways, it all starts because I have to follow like 30 quote tweet chains because that's what fucking Ace Arcus likes to do, is just fucking quote tweet, quote tweet, quote tweet, quote tweet, quote tweet. All right, so it all starts from Copper State Austrians. Okay, let me bring this up over here, and then let me wait, what am I? Oh, the emote wall. Why do I even have an emote wall? I'm not on Twitch anymore. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so it all starts from this. So this is a video from Democratic representative from Texas. Okay. Floats the idea of no taxes for Black Americans.
Just this past week, I saw, I don't remember which celebrity, but it was actually a celebrity. And I was like, I don't know that that's not necessarily a bad idea. But I'd have to think through it a lot. One of the things that they propose is black folk not have to pay taxes for a certain amount of time, because then again, that puts money back in your pocket. But at the same time, it may not be as objectionable to some people about actually giving out dollars. But obviously then you start dealing with the different tax brackets and things like that. And that's one of the reasons that, you know, we argue the reparations make sense, because so many black folk, not only do you owe for the labor that was stolen and killed and all the other things, right? But the fact is, like, we end up being so far behind, right? And so it's like, how do you bring forth people? Exactly. And so it's like, if you do the no tax thing for people that are already, say, struggling and aren't really paying taxes in the first place, it doesn't really exactly.
They may want those checks. Like,
all right, so here we have an obvious fucking Marxist leftist position towards a concept that white people ought pay all the taxes, and that it's all labor, it's all struggle, it's all leftist bullshit, right? And then of course libertarians, because they have to be fucking consistent, even though they're not being fucking consistent, they're just doing fallacious, stupid kindergarten philosophy. Because if such a law were proposed, libertarians ought to support it without hesitation. What a fucking retarded fucking hill to die on. What a dumb fucking thing. And of course, when I call it out, all the fucking usual suspects have to show up. Liquid Zulu has to come in and defend it. Fucking, but of course, eventually he goes, well, I don't support this. Right? He just wanted to fucking troll me in support of like putting me down a peg or two. Whatever. I don't fucking know. I don't know what his fucking goals are, because I think he just likes to troll at this point. Like, I don't even think he gives a fuck about libertarianism at this point. I honestly think that I think he cares more about trolling and about being seen as the based person and like the philosophical king, but doesn't actually care about like moving the needle in any shape. Or maybe he's just really, 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 really objectivist at this point, which is also fair. Like, because let me stop getting mad and let me be honest. He's probably just super, super objectivist and thinks it only takes like 2 or 3 philosopher kings to fucking to refix society, and it doesn't matter if everything crumbles, because like, you know, that's what John Galt would have done. Like, John Galt would have let everybody die and crumble because, you know, and then we'll just start Galt's Gulch or some shit. Like, if I'm trying to be as honest about it as I can, because it does not seem that he has any desire to work with anybody that he sees, even that he has even the slightest disagreement with. His desire is to destroy that person, and damn the consequences. Was always the compass man of our community. He reliably points at reality. I think he points at disreality, because open borders is trash, and so is this position. I don't think he always points at reality. I think he always points at his reality and his philosophy. I think just like, I mean, he obviously has faults, as do I, as does anyone. I'm pissed right now. I'm pissed because you have libertarians doing the best they can. And I just quoted it, you know, and I'm trolling here a little bit. But he goes, I just said libertarians ought support system to hasten the revolution and white genocide. Like, and then at a certain point, this is what I put. So Asarchus, you know, like threw a bunch of quote tweets or whatever. If a libertarian policy subverts America, so be it. And I said, no, you dolt. You're doing this unironically. Like, you're doing ideological subversion, right? We have an entire populace that is demoralized. They're educated in a generation in Marxist ideology. That already exists. Demoralization is completely victorious in the United States. Like, we already have most people, Republicans included, that believe that socialism is good, that capitalism is inherently evil, that capitalism needs to be regulated by the state for the good of the people and for the good of the worker. And you have a generation of queer theorists and Gen Z and all of these people where most people have accepted many presuppositions of Marxism without even realizing it. Most Republicans have accepted socialism. They just want less than the left. And now what we're looking at is destabilization. We're looking at Klaus Schwab and the Koch brothers and all of these corporations that are pushing for open borders, and they're pushing for shit like this. And you have these fucking libertarians going, you know what? If a position is set forward where black people don't have to pay taxes, well, then that's the libertarian position. No, it's fucking not. It's the same complete stupidity. It's a very, very simple thing. All right. I will explain this quote unquote logic very quickly. All right. So we're just gonna type it out so you guys can see it. Probably should have typed it out first, but it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Did I pay for Microsoft Word? I don't know if I've paid for Microsoft Word. Yeah, I canceled Microsoft Word. Whatever. I don't need all the extra fancy shit for right now. I'll buy Microsoft Word later. All right, so, dude, you sound good. Last time I watched you, you had a shitty mic. I mean, I got the Shure SM7 for a while now. But also I've done a lot to make it sound better. I got sound panels. I'm in a new room. I appreciate it. Yeah. I know. Well, the problem with LibreOffice, Casimir, I'm going to say something really racist right now, and I love you. And I hope you don't take this personally. Sometimes I forget you're Jewish. And then we bring up things and you always have a way to not pay for something. or you'll be like, oh, that wine is fucking $30. Well, it should be compared to this $6 wine from Brazil. And then I'm like, I love you. And I mean this with so much love. You're such a fucking Jew sometimes. It's like you just come out of the woodwork and you'd be like, I have a free version of that. Or if someone's like, I need from Chile. Okay. Or someone would be like, I just bought new headphones. And he's like, why would you buy these $120 headphones? I know headphones that are 90% as good and they're $15.99. If you like, I love you. I love you so much. But anyways, so let me just change this to like, I don't know, whatever. So this is the formula for open borders. This is the formula that so many of these people are using. X is bad. So this is premise one. Policy Y promises to reduce/eliminate X. We ought support policy Y. That is it. That is obviously open borders is different because there's discussions about what to do with public property and the roads, etc. Like there are more arguments, but the core argument of them is what the fuck? Right? The core argument is this. X is bad. Policy Y promises to reduce or eliminate X. We ought support policy Y. That's it. That's the entire argument. And it's a fallacious argument. And the reason it's a fallacious argument is that premise one and premise two, there is a bunch of assumptions in here. There's a bunch of things missing here. So number one, what are we missing? Promises. We haven't reduced state power. We haven't gotten rid of the state's ability to enforce policy, to enforce X. All we have is a promise from a deeply corrupt government that X will be reduced or eliminated. Number one. That's problem one, right? Problem one is that this requires we trust politicians. But to be fair, any other thing that you put forward is also in a way going to have the same problem, right? So if you're hopping on borders, for example, and you put forward like a invitee system, you're also promising, like you're also dependent upon the same thing. So the weakness of this isn't necessarily not like if you're being fair to the open borders type, right? Whatever policy position you put forward will suffer from the same weakness, right? So it's not really a full-blown argument against it. It's just an argument from negation. Because the moment that you have to defend your positive position, you're going to be in the same boat trying to defend closed borders. But there's more problems here. The other problem is that X is one element of the state. It's just one part of the state, right? So the state's enforcement of people coming through or across the borders is not the state's immigration and citizenship policy, right? That's just one aspect of it. So taxes are a part of it. Public services are a part of it. DOJ trials are a part of it. Refugee asylum claims are a part of it. The taxes that go to fund those. There's the forced integration in terms of our inability to not hire these people, or our inability to not rent to these people. There's a whole corpus of the state that is involved, and it is disingenuous that people like Asarchus or Liquid Zulu or any of these supporters, they try and individuate X from the state and say, well, you're saying we ought maintain a system that maintains X, therefore you're not a libertarian. And what I'm saying is that you have no guarantee that X is actually reduced, and you also are trying to isolate variables from an organic and often inorganic system that has all of these other NAP violations applied. The only way that you can utilize this argument that you're not a libertarian because you support a system that maintains a certain thing is if you're not voting for the power. If there is a position that says that we're going to reduce taxation and that we're going to reduce the government's right to engage in a certain thing, which is what they claim the open borders position is, right? But that's literally never going to be voted on ever. Is it possible? Sure. It's about as possible that I take one of the fucking drug chemical stems from like the second fucking BioShock game and like gain the ability to fly with my new wings I grew. It will be just like the Patriot Act. It will be just like a billion other acts. There's never going to be a bill put forward that plasmids, that actually is the open borders that libertarians talk about. Instead, what you were doing is you were talking about the leftist subversion of our border security. You're talking about them doing everything they can to increase SNAP violations, to increase punishments. And it's the same. But let's say, giving them their hypothetical, and this is why I call it. This is why I unfortunately I got it from Michael Rechtenwald, who I don't like, but it fits here. That's why I call it philosophical masturbation. Is because it completely disengaged from reality. The state still exists. The state still functions. The state still has all of its punishments. It still has all of the policies that it set forward, and it still has a monopoly on power and violence. None of those things have been reduced. Instead, you have this magic bill that never would exist in the first place that we're supposed to support. And we're supposed to avidly get on this soapbox and tell everybody that we support it. Why? So that we can be on the same side as the Marxists, who do support open borders, but it's an entirely different thing than what we support. And the entire goal is to collapse the middle class and to bring about central banking digital currencies in crisis and to destroy the welfare system so that we can have from each according to his ability from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. It's like you are watching Liquid Zulu and Asarchus and all of them endorse with the same language the fucking 21st century motor company policy. And they're calling themselves based, and you an idiot for not supporting it. And they're doing the same goddamn thing. With this racial voting system. They're going, oh, well, it reduces taxes. And if you have to agree to reduce taxation because taxation is theft. Therefore, what's wrong with you? Dog, it doesn't get rid of the tax system. All it is a race-based hierarchy on taxes it doesn't come with tax cuts. It doesn't come with like getting rid of welfare. No, it just gets rid of blacks, who are 13% of the population. And trust me, they're not paying 13% of the taxes. It gets rid of them as a tax base and then forces that burden to be carried by other people. It's just shifting NAP violations from one racial group to another racial group, and at the same time having the state come down and say that blacks are an oppressed minority in current day that are victims of whites, and whites need to pay for the damage that their oppression and that their privilege causes. And the idea that libertarians are coming out and supporting this because of this base formula that is completely devoid of reality and actually isn't engaging with the logic of it at all, is just individuating things and then saying you support the state, is fucking stupid. Yeah, dude, you call it my post-lib arc, whatever you want. The post-libs are engaged in reality. And the post-libs give up on the non-aggression principle. They give up on being libertarian. And the reason they give up on being libertarian is twofold. Number one, they don't understand the complexity of the state or the complexity of the non-aggression principle. They don't understand the theory well enough to be able to see shit libs and prags in our party and fucking autistic ANCAPs that are supporting absolutely supporting the enemy. They're not able to adequately challenge them on the theory and prove why they're wrong, so they just give up on the nap. But the other reason is absolutely this, is that normal people that become libertarian because they see the problems of the state and they see all these things, see all of our camp saying you must support the communist takeover of the tax system so that the whites can be punished, so that we can antagonize Western society in preparation for the revolution. Come with us, comrade. They see that shit and go, oh, fuck that, and then they go away. Yeah, it's fucking, and yes, you have a lot of ANCAPs that go, oh, well, if they're that way, then we never wanted them to begin with. What a fucking dumb sentiment. I've heard it over and over again from other ANCAPs, that if someone's willing to go post-lib or someone's willing to leave because they don't want to be principled enough, that like, we never wanted them anyways. They're not the philosopher kings that we need. What fucking idiot are you? When we live in a system, we live under a democracy, dipshit. We live in a system where the majority holds the gun at the minority. Why in the fuck would you not desire to bring the majority closer and closer to you? Why would you not want them to get less and less violent? Obviously, you don't want to do it for the wrong reasons. But at the same point, like, not everyone's going to be a philosopher king, dude. It's living in a fantasy world. It's living in like Rand's Atlas Shrugged. Like, dude, you're not going to go hide in some fucking laser protected canyon somewhere where no one can find you. Like, no, dude, all the cool technology's owned by the government, dude. I mean, she had like the sound machine, but fair enough. But even still, it ain't going to work out that way. Not in reality. They're going to drone you all. If they have the guns, they're going to fucking kill you. They're a lot less peaceful. So yeah, that's what's got me pissed off. I'm pissed. I'm royally pissed. What is that fucking Key and Peele fucking black Republican? They all say the fucking pissed, royally pissed. But it's just like, it's fucking stupid. And it's not even a good argument. They act like it's an unassailable fucking like they act like they're like A equals A and it's this unassailable shit. It's like, no, dude, you're engaged in this fallacious argument where you were saying that where we live in a world where you're even going to get that policy. And even if you do assume that you get that policy, you're living in a world where you trust the politicians to enforce that policy. Like, no. And you're not actually taking the power of taxation away from people by forcing it on the whites. Like, how dumb do you have to be? My question is, how do you promote low time preference to a high time preference society base? God, that's a really good question. So, one of the big problems with low time preference and high time preference is there is a misnomer about high time preference. There's something missed there, right? And that is that sometimes high time preference behavior, I don't want to say is better because it's not, but sometimes what appears to be high time preference behavior is low time preference behavior. And I'll explain. When you live in a high trust society, right? So this is kind of like, George Soros's, goal is, the whole world to live in a high trust society, right? But we all want to live in a high trust society. A covenant community is the very definition of a high trust society. We live we're in an increasingly lower trust society. But if when you live in a high trust society, you're able to make low time preference decisions. And the less trust you have in the stability of the dollar, in the stability of the economy, in the stability of property rights, etc., then the more likely you are to engage in what appears to be high time preference behavior. Because it's not smart to invest in, like, it's not smart to buy a 100-year bond on the American dollar with, let's say, 10% interest. Because everyone here knows that the Federal Reserve shoots for 4% interest every year, 2 to 4% interest. That supposedly we have 7% interest, and anyone that's been to a grocery store or attempted to buy a house knows that the idea that last year we had 7% interest is just a blatant lie. That like groceries have gone up 40 to 50% and they say it's 13%. And that like restaurant food has gone up 20% and they say it's 10%. And that housing, they'll admit, is ballooned to an insane amount. So the idea that you would invest in the American dollar is a dumb investment. But you wouldn't call that high time preference behavior, right? So the first thing I would say is that in order to promote, it's kind of a chicken and egg scenario where low time preference behavior is only intelligent in a sense in a society that's stable. So you have to give stability to the society first. And the thing is that, again, it's like a chicken and egg scenario, because what gives a society stability is low time preference behavior being the norm. The best way to do that is to get off of fiat currency, but like that's not really feasible in this moment, other than to, right? Like you can't go back to the gold standard. But like one way to get off of fiat currency is to invest in crypto. I don't know that it's necessarily an intelligent investment for you as an individual, but it is for us as a society. And if enough people do it as a society, then it will be for you as an individual, right? Like if you're the only one really investing in crypto, which obviously you won't be, but let's say it's only a minority of people are invested in crypto, then crypto won't get any more goldbacks. Goldbacks are gone, dog. Also, gold, I don't think is going to be, I disagree with some of the people that gold is the gold standard, if you will. I think it used to be. I think there are other precious metals, like as our technology changes, there's an assumption that gold is pretty and therefore people like gold. But gold really only has two uses. Number one, it's pretty and people like it. Number two, actually it has three uses. Number one, it's pretty and people like it. Number two, as technological gain and population growth, and the way that technological gain is able to extract gold, they all kind of seem to line up. And so gold doesn't have like an inherent deflation based upon the fact that more people are born because more gold is brought out of the earth, and vice versa. Gold doesn't have like an inherent inflationary aspect because because the population increases. Gold is pure. It does not mix with other metals. There's that. The other thing, then the last one is gold as a conductor, right? As a metal, it's pretty good. The problem is that I think there are other metals, like other precious metals, that the value is changing. And because other precious metals, the value is changing, I don't know that in the future gold is going to, I don't know that we can guarantee that gold will have this inherent value like it has for most of human history. Doesn't gold mix easily with copper and silver? I mean, I know there's different carats. I'm not a metallurgist, right? Like this is not I have a basic understanding of gold's effect on the economy. I don't fucking, I don't have to talk to science nerds about that. So I don't know about that. So the future is without a doubt, given the government doesn't force us to not take this path. And given that that there is given that there isn't, like, we don't get hit by like a toroidal asteroid stream or whatever, right? What we will know is that the future is synthetic commodity currencies, right? So not every cryptocurrency is a synthetic commodity currency. What is required for a synthetic commodity currency is, we'll go back to this Word document where I forgot to pay for Word, whatever. So we'll go back. So synthetic, hold on, we'll go to React, and then we'll change this to like 22. That work? Oh, let me see. Okay, maybe a little bigger. Bitch. There we go. All right, so synthetic commodity currencies. All right, so what is required? So, hold on, what's up? Argumentation that it's a big inductive fallacy. It's evolutionary capitalism. This guy that can't shut up and can't have a normal adult conversation. I'm so glad you're back, dude. There's this guy in the server, Toyola, and you should absolutely debate him. But make sure you have an audience, because this shit show will be beautiful. So, synthetic commodity currencies. So what do you need for it to be a synthetic commodity currency? Well, first of all, it has to be synthetic, right? So it's crypto, right? It's not a golden colloidal form promotes cognitive function. Dude, I don't know if I buy that shit. Maybe I'm very skeptical of things that I haven't seen a ton of research on. If you have good research, please DM it to me. So synthetic. So in order to be a synthetic commodity currency, hey evolutionary, don't relax. If you start getting super chatty to where the entire chat box is just you ranting, like, I'm gonna time you out. And it's not because you're saying anything wrong or anything. It's just like, relax for a little bit. Like, hit the vibe. My problem with current crypto is most of its adverse don't actually most of it advocates don't actually spend it. I mean, when you are, obviously some people have to spend it in order for it to have any value, because a currency that isn't, you're like a government regulator. Yes, I am. Government is good. The state is bad. Here you go. 1 minute. There you go. Yeah, cool. Yes, it's my private property. I regulate it. I mean, technically it's YouTube's, and, they give me a section, Lisa, but, as far as I'm concerned, I treat it as my private property because it's my channel. So, yeah, but I mean, like, for example, like Bitcoin, there are plenty of Bitcoin ATMs. You're seeing Bitcoin being used more, etc. And then there is a lot of cool innovations in crypto, like Ethereum and like blockchain being used for things other than the currency. But getting back to just the currency, right? What is a synthetic commodity currency? So first of all, it needs to be synthetic. So it has to be it can't be paper currency. It is a cryptocurrency. It's on the blockchain, a blockchain in some capacity, right? The next is it's a commodity, right? So for example, what do we mean by a commodity? Well, that means that it can be bought and traded and sold as a thing, which, yes, the dollar isn't that way anymore because it's not backed up by any commodity. Now, technically, it's a synthetic commodity. Okay? And I'll explain. So the dollar is not a commodity because you can invest in the dollar in the sense that you use the dollar. And you can hold on to the dollar as an asset. But the dollar isn't backed up by anything. There is no, we don't have gold backs anymore. Fort Knox doesn't have enough gold to where if everyone went to the banks, they could eventually get their gold, right? Because we have fractional reserve banking. As a matter of fact, we don't even have fractional reserve banking anymore. We just have reserve banking because the fraction gets changed on a day-to-day basis. And even then, it's not even like an actual fraction, it's individual. So we've even gotten further into the shit show than fractional reserve banking. So there's way more dollars out there. And dollars are created by banks. They're just made by banks because, you go into the bank, you deposit $1,000. They have to keep, let's say, 10%. So they loan out $900. They keep $100. And then that $900 gets deposited back in the bank, et cetera, et cetera. And what ends up happening over time is that you increase the amount of dollars that exist. Value is objective. The qualities of money are partial, defined objectively by Aristotle. Value is not objective. You're an idiot. We've been through this. You're incapable of having a conversation about it. A whole bunch of people tried to help you out there, but regardless. So that's part of it. Now, the next one is really important. Okay? It's really, really important. I believe it's spelled this way. Dogecoin. I think it's either coal or coal. I'll have to look it up. Sorry, there's no A in the Dogecoin. Dogecoin, hilariously, here, it's just a coincidence. So Dogecoin specific. Dogecoin specific basically means this. It means that there is some amount of, hold on, except the reserve requirement no longer exists. Yeah, that's why I said I said that we've gone past fractional reserve. There's certain currency, but this doesn't make it. Oh yeah, dude, don't even engage with evolutionary capitalism. I mean, if you want to, do that shit on Discord and have fun, because you're going to get nowhere. A whole lot of people tried for hours and hours and hours and hours to get him to just say anything resembling a positive statement that can be scrutinized. Censorship is perfectly fine on my property. You don't have a right to free speech. Nobody has a right to free speech. Free speech in the Constitution is just a negative right that is designed to curtail the government from stopping you. But on my property, in my server, in my area, if I don't like you, I just get rid of you. Bernie Madoff would have created fiat and fractional reserve if he could. Yeah. So Dogecoin specific. Getting back on topic. So technically, Bitcoin is Dogecoin specific. Okay? So technically, Bitcoin is a synthetic commodity currency. And what Dogecoin specific means in short form is there is a set amount of currency and never more. Okay? So what does this mean? This means that at some point in time, we know exactly how much of this currency will exist, and there cannot be any more currency than that amount of currency. Right now, obviously, fraud could take place in a system like this. Obviously, there's always a risk in a currency that someone doesn't follow this. But in essence, there is an exact amount of Bitcoin that will exist, right? And how is Bitcoin released? Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't that all of the Bitcoin is already out in the market. It just means that we know how much Bitcoin will be in the market, right? And the reason we know how much Bitcoin will be in the market is because it's already been released. We know. And so what happened was there's a way that gets put out into the market, right? And so this is the last thing that makes a synthetic commodity currency, is that there is some form of releasing currency into the market. Okay? So all of the currency isn't currently in the market, and there's some way for the currency to get into the market. And so with Bitcoin, the way that's determined is that you have to mine the crypto. And that the more crypto there is in the market, the longer it takes for the machines to mine them. Now, obviously, there's increases in technology. And so as increases in technology occur, that means if there's a big jump in, let's say, graphics card or processors, like a giant leap, like we had a leap. When was the last time that Bitcoin did really well? part of it was that a good chunk of it got released into the market, which should devalue it, right? But there was a lot of money-making opportunity, and so there was a lot of investo in crypto. And so one of the big reasons that crypto spiked, Bitcoin spiked, one of the reasons, right, was that AMD and Intel were finally going head-to-head, and that AMD and NVIDIA were finally going head-to-head. Okay? And so because we know that, all of a sudden, Intel, which was not putting out that much growth in their processors, because they have all the government contracts, and as we know, Intel still has even more government contracts because they have all of the oh my god, dude, I'm just, dude, you're just annoying. Like, that's really, like, that's why you're getting timed out. It's not even anything other than that. There you go, 5 minutes. Like, I just don't like you. You're annoying. You can't fucking read the vibe in the room, and you just start fucking spurging out on everybody. Just like, yeah, go to Discord. I don't care. So the thing about it is, so Intel's still getting big, you know, like we had all that, remember the chip foundries and shit where Nancy Pelosi made money because Paul Pelosi made money off NVIDIA because they're corrupt, right? They're still getting billions, and like, so that they can build chip foundries like in the next 10 years over here. And like, I think the latest research says that the every job is going to cost like close to $300,000. So you had a bunch of money stolen from you so that Intel could make more money for no fucking reason. Because we're all afraid Taiwan will get invaded. Like, they don't have fucking foundries in Germany and Israel. But nevertheless, that's just government corruption, also known as any fucking day of the week. Your tax dollars stolen so that Intel can get rich and keep making money, despite the fact that AMD doesn't get these boosts. Why? Because Intel's got all the government friends, and that's just corruption. But Intel has to fight that uphill battle until they can get those contracts. Yay! But AMD's doing all right because, you know, they got PlayStation and Microsoft, right? So, and they got Netflix's servers too. So Netflix servers they're doing all right. But nevertheless, when you saw an increase in the technology, you know that increase in technology means there's going to be a big jump in that tech means a big jump in how much you can mine Bitcoin. And so with a big jump in tech, there is usually a big jump in economic activity in general. And so that is an algorithm that kind of makes sense, right? So more money gets put into the market based upon the fact that there's a jump in technology. And so that's why Bitcoin is actually a pretty decent synthetic commodity currency. Now, the reason I say synthetic commodity currency is the future is because Bitcoin is, as far as I'm concerned, just barely tapped the potential. Because with NLPs and AI making giant jumps, we are not very far behind the ability to make a currency just like Bitcoin. But instead of Bitcoin releasing based upon people mining Bitcoin, the rate of how much releases into the market can be done based upon other factors, like a market basket of goods, or interest rates on homes, or the default rate on homes, or a billion other things that are market mechanisms for determining that give us a general hint at the stability or the current stability, growth, or degrowth that is existing in the market. And so what we're going to see, and this is something that fiat does via central committee. This is what the Federal Reserve does. It's centrally planned. How much money is in the market, how much debt is owned, etc. And they do things like quantitative easing, things like that. But that centrally planned version is going to be so trash once we have AI-powered synthetic commodity currencies that are very similar to Bitcoin, but instead of releasing based upon technological growth at an ever slower rate, what we're going to have is we're going to have ones where we know how much will exist, but the rate of increase is going to be at a certain time, and the speed up and slow down will be based off of a billion different things in the market. And that will be based upon, let's say, maybe Austrian or Chicago style economic models. And what you're going to have is a currency that's far, far more stable than the dollar, that the dollar could not hope to match because it's not centrally planned. Instead, it's going to be in a competition of other currencies, and the best algorithm that is the best at predicting market stability and then creating the price, if you will, or we should say the inflation or deflation of currency, how much currency is in the market, that will be determined by those AIs. So again, that's really the future. But we might see governments take it over. We might see governments attempt to do something like this with control mechanisms, and we'll just kind of have to see. We'll have to see what that does. Or when people see, oh, I mine crypto, I'm a millionaire and don't have to work and get a job at like 19 to 27, then it goes down and that person is broke. I mean, such is life, c'est la vie. I mean, I could say that we're worried about unproductive people. Those people exist because labor-saving devices exist, and then that's good, right? Like, people are going to have weird jobs and weird things and weird successes and failures. Their failure is an important mechanism towards stability of the currency, just like other people's successes. If they're halfway intelligent, they'll sell off some of their crypto so that they can buy tangible assets, Have you checked out the hijacking Bitcoin talk /book thoughts? No, I haven't. I apologize. I'm not an expert in crypto, right? Like I'm not an expert in anything. I'm really good at libertarian philosophy. I'm decent at psychology, and kind of everything else is just kind of I'm mid, right? But hopefully I bring those perspectives of libertarian philosophy, surface level knowledge and a decent level of psych knowledge to situations to give you an interesting perspective. And I hope that's what this channel does for you. I do. I believe scalp coins will outpace Bitcoins empirically. I'm not aware if you're joking. I'm not aware of what a scalp coin is. I'm not sure if you're making a reference.
The person you're trying to reach is not available right now.
Or you're trolling or what? I mean, I know that there's scalping, but I don't think there's a scalp coin. I'm Googling it. I'm not seeing a scalp coins. Oh, track current scalping coin. Prices in real time with historical scalp US. What is this? It's currently 0.000430 cents. Last traded February 29th from Livecoin Watch. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know much about it. Apparently there is. I don't know that it is what you're thinking about, but there is a scalp coin. I just looked it up. Or there's a scalping coin. But I don't think that's what you're talking about. I suspect that friend may become a common profession.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think crypto wallets are that invented by Native Americans. Oh, stop. I don't think crypto is actually that bad. Or that hard to do these days. Like when it first started off and you needed physical stuff, that was super rough. Right? And then when you basically needed a tech degree to figure out how to get your wallets to work properly, that was rough. But I don't think it's that bad now to set up a crypto wallet. On advice of counsel, I cannot tell you more about scalp coins. All right, well, I'll hear about it from you eventually, I'm sure. So, I want to talk about something that is near and dear to my heart. Something super important. And by super important, I mean not important at all, but it's something that I've noticed is a weird little issue. And so I want to talk about it. Okay? So I want to talk about the term mid and the term fat. And we're going to do another Microsoft document. And let's talk about it because there's some issues that people are having understanding what is mid and what is fat. So this is the term we're talking about. Now, if we go to Urban Dictionary, we're going to look at this term. This is a term that is used very often amongst red pillars and online content, and it has become part of the general lexicon. It's become part of the general lexicon, and it's really bad because nobody understands. Well, the second one is fat. We'll talk about it, chubby, thick, etc. So, mid. Used to insult or degrade an opposing opinion, labeling it as average or poor quality. We waited on that album for 6 months, but it was mid. Midwit, yes, is part of mid, right? Another one. When the word mid is used, it is used to describe something that is not good but not bad in the middle, hence the name mid. Did you play that game, that new game? Yeah, it was mid. So, the easiest way to define mid is on a scale of 1 to 10. Mid is like 4, 5, 6, or 7 based on looks, or they just look like every other guy or girl, right? So I want to talk about mid specifically in reference to attraction, okay? That's what I want to talk about, okay? So in reference to attraction, mid, right, is 4, 5, 6, or 7. Now, majority of people are mid as fuck. Absolutely. So, where have we famously seen, what has happened is that we are beginning to see people, this term being used as a retort against women. And what women think it means is one thing. So that's what mid really means. What do women think mid means? Is below average. There is there's something happening here, right? Where women are not understanding what mid means. It's lowercase this because it should be lowercase. So women think mid means below average. And so what is happening is that there is a war going on in our culture. Okay? And the first thing that's really important to understand the war going on in our culture is like a super quick foundation. So foundation is South Korea ahead of us. What do I mean by this? I'm a gamer, I don't count. You get +1 point for being a gamer girl, always. Unless you're an e-girl and you're a pretend gamer girl, then it's -1 point. But we'll get into that later. We won't, I'm just kidding. So South Korea is ahead of the United States. What do I mean by this? What is occurring in the United States with the red pill community, with online politics, with our culture, is that there's a split that is occurring. Okay? Split occurring. And the split is that women, more feminist / leftist, right? And men getting more right wing. This is what's occurring in Gen Z right now. And it's happening, South Korea is having this to an extreme degree. And so I would say that if the pattern continues in the West, what happens in South Korea is kind of the future of what is going to occur in Western societies. So what's occurring in South Korea is the birth rate is plummeting. Men are going MGTOW and they're getting more and more involved in video games. And what a wealthy men, not even that wealthy of men, are doing is they're all becoming passport bros, right? So South Korean men are going to Indonesia, to Thailand. Some of them are going to Japan, but not many. To Malaysia. They're going to all of these different other Southeast Asian countries, finding rural girls that are still conservative and then bringing them back and marrying them in South Korea. Because the dating market is atrocious for South Korean male, because all the South Korean females have become increasingly left-wing, feminist, pro-sex work, sex positive. Men are trash. They're no longer dating men in their own age group, but instead they're having massive amounts of sex with wealthy, attractive males. But they're not settling down and desiring families. Instead, they're just having, one night stands with, the quote unquote alphas, right? That are able to do that. And then they're wondering, where did all the good men go? Right? So that is occurring in the West, but it's occurring slower. Now, why is it occurring more in South Korea? Even though it seems like America is the place where leftism is in the academia, etc. I don't know. One of the guesses that I would wager is that there's mandatory military service. And so there is a natural creation of conservatism within South Koreans, because all South Korean men are required to do their 2 years mandatory military service. And anyone that's been in the military knows that the military is either going to make you more conservative and more libertarian. It just does. You get structure, you become masculine, you start to work out, you start to focus on your health, you start to, you might become collective, but your collectivism will become nationalistic and patriotic. Service guarantees citizenship. That's how it is in South Korea, and it's how it is in Israel. But for South Korea, in Israel, it's the men and women. In South Korea, it's just the men. Yeah, I don't need a man for anything except nearly everything that makes life in the West so comfortable. Yeah, I saw this post from commies today, and they were like, it was like some guy, and he was like, you need men are the natural protectors. And the woman was like, what, do they protect us from bears and lions? It was like, no, they protect us from other men. And it's like, oh, other men are the problem. And I was like, how do you not notice this as a self-own? Like, bitch, yes. Do you know how many millions of wolves that we basically eradicated wolves from men did to protect women and children and to protect the village? And then we built cities to protect, yes, bears and lions, bitch. Yes, that is part of the things and also other men and natural disasters and all the other shit. It's like, yes, you correct. You think it's this big own because if men weren't violent, we wouldn't need protection from men. Well, guess what, bitch? They are. So you need protection from other men. What are you talking about? How do you not engage in reality? But anyways, setting all that aside. So what is going on is that mid is it becoming an insult that is incredibly effective against women. And women are seeing this and they're getting really, really mad. And the red pill has figured out, and a lot of guys have figured out, that if you call a woman mid, they will lose their shit. So what does mid actually mean? Because all of the definitions that you had before, mid 4, 5, 6, or 7, is true, but that's not the true definition of mid. So let's look at true definition of mid. Because the true definition of mid is more complicated and it's a little bit more subtle. Okay? So the true definition of mid is this. You purport to be a highly valuable. Okay? You purport to be highly valuable. But in reality, you are as attractive as any other hot girl I can find at McDonald's right now. And you bring nothing else but toxicity. This is the actual definition of mid. It's not that you're a 4, 5, or a 6 or 7. It's not that you're within one standard deviation from average. What it actually means is you think you're fucking amazing. You think you're a 10, and you tell everybody you're a 10. But in reality, you're as attractive as any other hot girl I can find at McDonald's right now. I can go to McDonald's and I can find a girl that's just as pretty as you, but she's a down-to-earth, normal girl with normal problems. And you and your lip fillers and your caked on makeup and your attitude where you demand all of this from me is not worth any of the energy that it would take to get you. And so because all of that negative shit is not worth it, bitch, you're mid. That's what it actually means. Now, I want to go a level deeper into this analysis as to why this is what this means and some of the data that we're missing and not understanding. So, where is... Oops, hold on one second. So mid means wrong side of the crazy hot matrix? Kinda, yeah. I think, is it this one? Let me see. Nope. This one? Okay. So I want to show one image. This is the first image. Now, this is an image that is misinterpreted by a lot of people. So here we go. This image is actually tells, before I start getting into statistics, right? There's something that's really, really important to always think about when you're listening to statistics, okay? And that is a quote by Mark Twain. There are lies, there are damn lies, and then there are statistics, okay? Statistics tell a story, and that story isn't necessarily true. And that's because we don't understand, as humans, we don't understand standard distributions. We don't really get them. Like, we get them mathematically. We do. But we don't get them intrinsically. Like, they don't have any of our, we don't have, like, heuristics that really help us get through life that are based on the reality of standard distributions. Number one. Number two, we don't understand exponentials, right? Like, that's another problem. But that's setting that aside. Statistics often tell a story. So, for example, just to give an example before we get into this, let me give you some statistics. Black people make up less than 13% of the population. They commit over 50% of the violent crime. That's a statistic. It's considered a racist and horrible statistic by a lot of people, but it's just a statistic. But here's another statistic. Black people make up over 26% of all police fatalities, despite only making up 13% of the population. Well, doesn't that statistic tells a story, even though it's just a fact. It's just numbers that we've collected. There's a story that's told there. See, but I can change that story with an additional statistic. Black people make up 27% of all police interactions. Now, that's kind of a gray statistic because that statistic tells two different stories, right? Because on one side, that says, oh, technically speaking, black people are killed at a lower rate than their interactions with police officers. And it's actually a fact that when police officers and white people and when police officers and black people interact, slightly more likely, it's not really statistically significant, so I won't say that slightly more likely, but like one could surmise that's potentially possible, that the white person is more likely to get killed by the cops for the exact same behavior. But again, they're not statistically significant in those differences. So what it really shows is that like racism plays almost no role once a police officer is already engaged with you in whether or not you die. But there's another thing told about that statistic, which is why are 27% of all police interactions with only 13% of the population. And if you think about it, you begin to realize that, well, cops are patrolling black neighborhoods. Cops are looking for black people. Cops are looking to cause problems within the black community in a way that they aren't within the white community. Right? But then don't forget that 1350 meme that everyone loves so much, which is that 13% of the population commits 50% of the violent crime, and yet they only make up 27% of police interactions. So it's almost like they're not being policed enough. And that's what some activists would claim. Then we have another statistic. despite being 50% of the violent crime, and despite in overall crime not being that much more represented than other races, they make up 60% of the incarceration rate. Even when you account, another statistic, for socioeconomic status, education level, and other metrics, you will still find that black people end up repeat offenders, because that's one of the big jumps. Repeat offenses. You will still find that black people are overrepresented in penalties, in time that they get, etc. All of those statistics tell different stories, but those stories aren't necessarily true, right? That's how data works. And so we have to be cognizant whenever we look at data that the data is telling us a story and that story isn't necessarily true. But I want to show you some data on attraction and things of that nature. Now this graph is one of the things I want to look at. So this is from a famous OkCupid study. You will see this graph in a bunch of things. Now this graph is one of many graphs. Gift-giving rituals in Aborigine villages, pair bonding with other primates, swipes on Tinder. Actually, swipes on Tinder is like way worse than this. This is an old study, and this problem has gotten way worse than it currently is. But nevertheless, this is a very, very repeatable thing, right? So what are we looking at? What we see here is a standard distribution on males rating whether or not females are attractive or unattractive, okay? And then what we see here is female ratings where the average male is considered to be a 2 or a 4. They consider the average male to be a 4, and they consider almost no one to be a 9 or a 10, and they consider the overwhelming minority, roughly 20% of men, to be considered attractive. So they consider roughly 80% of all men to be physically unattractive, and about 20% of men to be physically attractive. Men, on the other hand, consider about 50% of women to be attractive and about 50% of women to be unattractive. So what does this mean? What this means is a few things. First and foremost, it means that men, you would think, again, this is statistics, you would infer, which might not be correct. There needs to be a parallel graph, men rating men and women to women. There are, and men rating men, it's 50%. Women rating women, it's also about 50%, which is where I'm going to go further. I'm not going to show all the graphs because I don't want to get too deep into the woods. But basically, when I go further, I'll explain why that's there. There's a good 2011 study I'm going to bring up. So what you would infer from this is that men are living in reality, right? Where 50% of the women and 50% are considered unattractive and half of them are considered attractive. There's also something really important to understand here too, is that both of these cases, they're parabolas, right? And so when you see this isn't quite a standard distribution. It's a little bit more than a standard distribution. So it's not perfect, but if we were to assume it's a standard distribution, you can see, even looking at this graph, that like at least half of all people are considered mid, with like maybe a quarter being below average, significantly below average, and maybe a quarter being significantly above average. And you can see with males, again, it disappears before it ever gets to 5. So really, there's a very, very small percentage of 9s, a decent amount of 8s, and a massive amount of 5s and 4s and 6s. And with women, it's the same thing, except 9s and 10s simply don't exist for women. And they rate themselves as it's the inverse when they rate themselves. So most women, the average woman believes she's an 8. And she believes that her partner is probably a 2. So she believes that she's in the top like 20. And they don't think about it as far as logarithmic. It's logarithmic in reality, which is that there's almost nobody at the ends of the distribution. Everybody sits in the middle. But the way women view it is they view themselves as like the top 20% and like an 8, and they usually view their partner as like a 4 or 5. So they believe that they've settled. They always believe that they've settled. Almost always believe that their husband's not good enough for them and that they're better than they actually are. Obviously, there are outliers. And this is less pronounced in marriages and long-term relationships. So that's another problem with this data, is that the OkCupid study is a famous study, but it has several other factors involved, which is online dating, the fact that men will, if they match with men, they'll be matched with them, and then the dudes will be perverts. So they really only match with dudes that they think are cool, right? So this is actually less pronounced in reality than this data actually purports. But nevertheless, it does exist, and it is a trend. So when a guy, there's another factor to play towards mid, going back to mid. Okay? Here's another problem. Why is it so effective? And why is it such an issue? Problem. Men tend towards objectivity. Women tend towards subjectivity. Okay? What do I mean by this? I don't mean to say that women are not intelligent, or that women are just wrong, or that men are objective and they're logical and women are just dumb emotional creatures. I don't mean any of that. What I mean to say is that when a man says something, men tend to think about it based off of the merits of the idea more than women do, especially when it comes from someone saying you're mid. So when a guy says you're average looking, you're mid, a guy hears that and he's not particularly concerned with how that guy looks. But when a woman hears from a guy, you're mid, she's the sexual selector of the species. She overvalues herself. So now she's offended, but she's even more offended because she's going to view that guy as ugly. Even if that guy is an 8, she's going to assume he's average, and even if she's average, she's going to assume she's an 8. So she overvalues herself, and because she overvalues herself, being called mid is an insult, because how dare you say that I'm ugly comparatively because I know that I'm an 8. But also because it comes from someone whom she's going to undervalue. So even if that person is an 8, they're going to assume that that person's average. And if that person's average, they're going to assume that that person's really ugly. And so they're going to look at that person, and they're going to go, how dare this ugly person or this mid person call me mid when I'm good looking and they're average at best? Whereas men tend to view things from like, well, is it true or is it not true? They're less concerned with shooting the messenger. Whereas women are more concerned with reputation management and social circles. There's a whole body of research on this. This isn't a controversial thing unless you're some feminist that likes to make up shit, right? This isn't. And again, this is distributions. You're going to find autistic female engineers that are the most objective bitches on the planet. And they're like more, and vice versa, right? You're going to find dudes that are flowery leftists, right? But in general, this is the thing. Now I want to throw a wrench into this entire equation. Here is a study. It's really good and has a lot of citations. Okay? And it's not that long. It's using heart rate variability analysis and everything to determine the truth. So, this is the wrong study. Where did my study go? Hey, where did my study go? Ah, damn it. Okay, I'm not going to dig for my study. I grabbed one on sepsis instead of the Wright Ferrer 2011. Different Ferrer 2011. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, I read this study before. I'll have to find it. It's buried somewhere. I don't feel like doing that right now. So we'll just go back to this, and you'll just have to trust me on this. And when I say it, it'll make sense anyway, so it's fine. Here we go. Controversial but true statement. Women are objectively more attractive than men. Okay? I was foiled. It's okay. This is one thing the market, at least currently, isn't helping. Imagine living in the Wild West and seeing 200 other women in your lifetime. Yeah. Women are objectively more attractive than men. Part of the reason that is not understood and that actually plays a role in the insulting of mid and also in this entire process is that women are objectively more attractive than men. Why? Well, the thing is that if you look at characteristics such as skin health, such as health of joint health and body, markers of attraction, and secondary sexual characteristics, asymmetry, things like that, what will you find? Well, what you'll find is that men have more risks, are less risk averse. So look at me, okay? Look at me real quick. Let's all fucking judge. Look at me. Okay, I'm gonna look perfectly straight. Do you see my nose? My nose is crooked. That's asymmetry. That's considered an unattractive trait. Well, why do I have a crooked nose? Because I broke my fucking nose multiple times. Women don't break their noses as much. And when they do have a broken or crooked nose, what do? They go get plastic surgery. What's another sign of physical attraction? Is lip fullness. Well, lip filler is just fucking common in the West now. Well, dudes aren't getting lip filler unless they're like, twinks. Okay? Women are fucking getting their assholes bleached. Let's look at skincare, okay? I'll be right back. I'll be right back. And I'm going to show you something that's probably going to blow you. I'm almost back. I'll be right back. Okay, so let's talk about skincare for a second. Okay? Now, I'm going to show you the products that I use in my skincare routine. And I'm going to promise you, I guarantee you my skincare routine is in the top 1% of men. And there are some females here, and my skincare routine is probably better than most females, or close to better. But I guarantee you that my skincare routine isn't in the top 1% of females. Okay? So first and foremost, the biggest thing about skincare is, do you drink enough water? Right? I don't have any research to suggest that men drink more water or women drink more water, and obviously getting enough sleep. So sleep and water is going to be the best thing for your skin, obviously, but then there are going to be products that you use for your skin. Okay, so I use all of these products, maybe not daily, but most of the time daily. Okay, so the first thing I do when I get back from the gym, right, is, well, actually, now that if I'm streaming, I do it right before stream, like an hour before stream. But other than that, I do my I shower, brush my teeth, etc. Okay, so when I'm in the shower, the first thing I do is this is Moonlight Glow. Hold on, let me bring this up to make it easier so the camera is Right? So first thing I do, Moonlight Glow sugar scrub on my body. Okay? So this is Tree Hut. This is a sugar scrub. I use this on my entire body. This exfoliates my skin, which makes it so that, like, you know, I scrub and get deep in the pores, but it also makes sure that when I go over it and wash it, that I don't miss any parts of my body, because the sugar scrub will be stuck to a part of my body, even though I thought I got like every part of my back or every part of my thigh or something. If there's still sugar scrub there, then obviously I didn't get it. Okay. Next thing I do is I use native shampoo. The reason I use native shampoo is that it's silicone free, sulfate free, and paraben free for my hair. Okay. Sounds like a woman product alone. Yeah, there's no sugar scrub marketed towards men. Does not exist. Okay. Then the next thing I do is I use Shea Moisture Daily Hydrating Foaming Facial Wash. Okay, I use a hydrate. I hydrate my face and my skin, and I clean that up, and I get in there nice in the beard and everything. Okay, now that I have all that on my body, then I use Shea Moisture African Black Soap with shea butter. Have been shown to increase perception. One flaw, yeah, but that's like that Marilyn Monroe's dimple, or sorry, beauty mark is the crack in the Liberty Bell. It's not the same thing if you have a bunch of shit, right? So then I use this, okay? I use this in a scrubber, or sometimes I use Dr. Squatch. Sometimes I go to the farmer's market and I get like soap from the farmer's market. But I'm using one of those three. I'm using a good soap with as many natural ingredients as possible in a scrubber, scrub everything off, wash it. Now, I get out of the shower. What do I do when I get out of the shower? First thing I do is I shave, and this is Harry's. Sometimes I use other products. Doesn't matter. I use a shaving cream that is a butter. I don't use like canned shaving cream, and I do that. All right. What do I do next? Next thing I use some form of restorative eye cream for my eyes. Okay. What do I do next? Next thing I do is I put a dab in my hair of coconut curl cream. Right. That is the only hair product that I use, is a tiny dab of curl cream to add some thickness, to add some shine to my hair, etc. Don't do anything crazy. Okay. Next thing that I do is I put beard oil in my beard, and I fluff my beard, and I make sure that it has beard oil. Next thing that I do is that I use beard balm to shape my beard and to make sure that my beard doesn't look like shit, and I brush it down. Next thing that I do is I use whipped shea butter, right? Whipped shea butter. Oh my God, there's so many lights. This is vanilla whipped shea butter from, who's this from? Doesn't matter. It's whipped shea butter. Okay, I don't use lotion or anything like that. I just use whipped shea butter. And lastly, native again, deodorant. Okay, that's my basic skincare routine. That skincare routine is without a doubt within the top 1% of men. Like I have no doubt in my entire mind. Wait, did I miss you going to get all of this, or was this prepared? Yeah, I just went and got it real quick. I just went and got it a couple minutes ago because I just wanted to explain it. Okay, it's a lot of witchcraft ingredients. Okay, so without a doubt, I'm in the top 1% of men. But ladies, that's not the top 1% of ladies. I don't use anything for my scalp. I don't use facial masks, right? I don't use a sugar scrub for my lips or anything like that. I'm obviously not using any makeup. I don't wear any makeup. Okay. I'm not waxing in anywhere. I'm not shaping anything. All of these things that also increase attractiveness are things that plenty of women do. What I showed you is just taking care of your skin, dude. That's just me being 33 and taking care of my skin. And the overwhelming majority of men don't fucking do it. And a good chunk of women do. Now, a lot of women don't, right? But that's just me having dated a black girl before and been like, oh shit, I'm ashy, and then like figuring it out, right? Most men do not take care of their skin at all. And then a lot of black men will just use like lotion and be like, we're good. They don't use eye cream. They're not using a sugar scrub. They're not exfoliating. They're not making sure they're washing their feet really good. They're not making sure that like their asshole is fucking really actually clean, as opposed to just put a bar of soap and a washcloth in there, but like actually scrub and clean and lotion and moisturize, right? They're not moisturizing their face. They're not putting on eye cream. But again, your average girl might do that. This is probably a skincare routine that I would say is probably about as good as an average girl. This is an average for what girls do. So it's no wonder that when girls hit 30 or 35, their skin is still elastic and still glows a little and still looks decent. And dudes have this haggard fucking looking old aged faces, especially if they drink a lot of alcohol, they don't drink a lot of water, and they don't get a lot of sleep because they're overworked, because they're trying to provide and they're trying to grind and they're trying to make a bunch of money. Okay? So it's important this is one of many reasons why, let me switch over here real quick. This is one of many reasons why women are objectively more attractive than men. They take better care of themselves, they get surgeries, they do a lot of things. And so once you understand that mid is taken subjectively by the female, which is to say that she's looking at you and how she feels about you and determining whether or not you're worthy of talking shit on her, and you look like a normal dude, and that normal dude is a 4 or a 5, and she overvalues herself, and on top of that, research tends to indicate that women are just more attractive than men. All of a sudden, you begin to understand why mid, and the last piece of that is that people don't understand it's a distribution. So women and men often think that there's like 10% of the population are 10s, 10% are 9s, and 10% are 8s. When in reality, nobody's a 10, and like 0.1% are 9s, and like 2% are 8s, and then like 15% are 7s, and like 22% are 6s, and then like 40% are fucking, 5s, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I think I added too much there, but you get what I'm saying. This is why mid is become such an effective insult. And this is why it's so misconstrued, and why women are getting really offended by it. Red pillars are using it as an insult just to offend women, and that there is an actual meaning here, and that meaning is getting lost and may actually be forever lost here soon if it keeps going down this rabbit hole. But so that people aren't confused, I wanted to just explain with the nerdy shit and the data kind of what's really going on here. What did she say? What's so funny? Where are you at? Not gonna lie, I find men who have softer hands than me an ick. Yeah, I think plenty of women are like that. Besides, if men became better looking than women, we would have nothing left to be better at. That's funny too. Yeah, no, I think plenty of women are, don't like kept, metrosexual men. That's not an uncommon thing. But again, part of that is a heuristic that is untrue, right? So if you watch every woman that tells you if a guy has soft hands, it gives me the ick, or every girl that tells you that like men that take care of themselves too much, or like, I don't like that, etc. Believe them. They're right. It's a heuristic. But also show them the beginning of American Psycho, where Patrick Bateman is doing his routine that's even more than mine, and him looking like a fucking Grecian god, a hairless metrosexual Grecian god, and all of them will be like, yeah, but not him. Like at the end of the day, they're full of shit. What they really mean is they don't like pansies, and they don't like men that aren't willing to get their hands dirty, and they don't like men that can't fix the car, and they can't fucking fix the garage when it breaks, and they can't do the honey-do list because they're too much of a pussy. And when they shake a man's hands and they find out he has soft hands and he's a metrosexual, those things tend to correlate, and so it becomes an unattractive feature. But if you are a man that very clearly is like, if you show up and you're like, what do you do for a living? I'm a lumberjack, right? And you're rocking the lumberjack look, and you're a jacked 6'2" fucking good looking dude with like shaved or like trimmed down chest hair, but you have a really hairy chest, but you trim it anyways, and you've got big pecs. She's not going to care that your fucking hands are soft. Yeah, I mean, women are complicated in general. So are men. So is attraction. Like, there's sex research is giant and it's full of dumb wokies. I get it. Moving on to fat. Fat's way fucking easier. Okay? Fat is way easier to explain. Nobody understands fat. I don't understand why no one understands fat. I'm going to explain fat very, very, very simply. Fat equals overweight and unattractive to me personally. That is what fat means. Okay? Really simple. Okay? Thick means overweight and attractive to me personally. There you go. People seem to not understand this at all, and I don't understand how you don't understand this. I do not get it. It is infuriating to me. It is Hoppa lasers infuriating to me, and you can get that emote if you only become a member for $3.99. I had to drop it out there, boys. It's infuriating because fat is an insult. It absolutely is an insult. But everyone likes to imagine that fat is this objective metric. It's not. Fat has an objective component, okay? Right? Someone is being ridiculous when they call someone that is thin or muscular fat. Right? They're being ridiculous, and everyone recognizes that they're being ridiculous. What becomes an issue is when someone like Jordan Peterson looks at a plus-size model and says, hey, this chick's fat and you can't make me say she isn't. And then everyone loses their mind trying to act like she's not fat. Because they don't view that person as fat because #would. Because they would be willing to have sex with that person and they find that person sexually attractive. They don't view that person as fat. That is the entire thing here. It's really that simple. Is that fat is in part socially constructed because what a society deems to be overweight, right? This is the third element, and it's a little bit more complicated, but it's not that complicated, right? In certain societies, what is and isn't considered fat is a little bit different, and it's not necessarily health reasons, right? So in Asia, for example, especially in, let's say, China, they would consider very healthy lifestyles and body weights fat. And they're not overweight. But they might be, but if you're just slightly overweight, they will immediately put you in that category because the society deems basically any extra fat on a woman to be unattractive. So there is a socially constructed element here. I don't deny that to the lefties. But for the most part, what we're talking about is this person is an unhealthy body shape or body weight, and I don't think it looks good. Right? There are plenty of women that have hourglass figures that are overweight, but have big old titties and a big bubble butt, and they're young and they look good, and people get offended when someone calls them fat because they're not fat to them. They're thick. And vice versa. There are plenty of people that are called thick that other people are like, gross, that's fat. That's all this word means. And for some reason, our society is obsessed with self-identification. Our society has become obsessed with the concept that I'm a man or I'm a woman or I'm an attack helicopter or, old school conservative joke, hardy, right? I am what I say I am, and you have to confirm what I am. Otherwise, you're being offensive or mean. Okay? And so they deny the concept of fat as something that someone else is allowed to say because that gives them the permission to identify them as physically unattractive to them. Problem is that it's incredibly narcissistic and insane, even though it's become commonplace in our society, to demand that other people label you as you wish to be seen, as opposed to how they view you in their eyes. So, when someone says someone is fat, It is exactly the same as saying they are thick. Now, there are some caveats here, right? Which is curvy. Curvy has a certain connotation to it, right? That there is an hourglass figure, or at the very least a pear-shaped figure, right? So someone is being ridiculous if they call someone curvy if, for example, they have narrow hips and small boobs, but they're just like overweight, right? Like that's not curvy. Everyone recognizes that curve means that there is some curve to the general body shape. But in terms of fat and thick, they're synonyms. They are used for the same woman constantly. Now, obviously, if you have a more conventionally attractive face, or if you're more curvy, you're more likely to be called thick than you are fat, and vice versa. But nevertheless, these are the same thing. I don't even know what the hell those things are. It's Hans Hermann Hoppe with laser eyes. Hans Hermann Hoppe, I'm Hoppe, and it's for the libertarian nerds. We also have roads, and we have helicopters. I can't explain what the helicopter means, but if you know, you know. And then we have the glowy emote. I have more emotes, but like I can't do them until I get 8 channel members, because for whatever reason you have to have 8 channel members before I can add additional emotes. So if you become a channel member, you'll get a badge and you'll get these 4 emotes. But as soon as I get 8, I'll add other ones, because like I have the straw man and the triggered and the hand wave and the Nage and the raid and Ayn Rand laughing and 12%. And we might make more if we get more stuff. Look, 0 fucks. I can't tell you whether they are or aren't. Okay? Is it getting bright in here? Do I need to put my sunglasses on? I think I left my sunglasses downstairs. Oh, no, I didn't. Here you go. Somebody's glowing right now. We're glowing hard as fuck, boys. Okay, I can't see with these polarized dark lenses. I don't know how Mark did that. Oh, but sure, whatever, I'll save it. All right. Let me look and see what we're doing. All right, so last thing I want to do for the night is look at this video, and potentially, depending on how I feel when it comes out, I want to look at this video from Sound Investigations. So apparently, breaking, CIA officer / former FBI boasts, quote, can put anyone in jail, set him up, we call it a nudge. FBI did what we wanted with Alex Jones, took his money away, chop his legs off. Estimates 20 undercover FBI agents at January 6th, works with some of them now at CIA. FBI uses embellished news, fake social media to really get people mad. I'm interested in this. Now, I tried to look into Sound Investigations. They don't have an incredibly long track record. Number one. It's not like Project Veritas back when O'Keefe was still there, O'Keefe Media, right? Where there was a long track record. And there is this weird assumption that undercover footage is king. And yes, undercover footage is king, but the problem is when people are trying to be impressive, especially on dates or on luncheons, people often lie to be perceived as cool. And we've seen this happen time and time again where it's like, this dude was clearly bullshitting. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. That being said, there is a response from... Move that over here. Oh, move. Bitch, move. Why is this not working? Why will you not connect? What in the fuck? Okay, hold on. Why is Opera being weird? Anyways, there is a response from Kyle Seraphin, who is a whistleblower, former FBI guy. He gives off big fat energy to me. He gives off big glowy energy to me personally, but we will see. If we have time, we'll get to it. I think we'll have time. I might have to take a pee break or something. As a matter of fact, let's all take a pee break. All right, boys. I'm gonna go use the restroom, and when we come back, we will look at these two different things, and we will see kind of like what's going on here. I don't know if I buy it. I don't know what's going on, but I am interested in seeing it. One of the things I first saw, like within all of this stuff, was like him being like, oh, it's fake because we don't use the term nudge. And it's like behavioral nudge is like a fucking thing. Like, I don't know why you're pretending like we don't, that's like a debunking, but he says he can debunk it. I'm willing to listen to him if I have time, which I think I do, but we're going to do a be right back real quick. And we're going to, get a snack, get some water, get whatever you need. And then we will be right back and we will react to these. Because I'm interested in what the January 6th stuff kind of has to say. Sounds like it was ripped from Stellar's Dolaris music list. I don't know. It's all open software shit that I use. Hilariously enough, like, just so you guys know, like, I just want to show you guys something. This is like, maybe I'm being weird by like being like, hey guys, like, I wouldn't mind, like, I know I'm not offering much by like YouTube membership, right? But I do just want to show you something real quick. Like, so the monetization is currently on, right? This is what every single solitary one of my videos is. Limited ad suitability plus one more, limited ad suitability plus one more, limited ad suitability plus one more. This was like a mistake stream that went out for 30 seconds. Limited ad suitability, limited ad suitability, limited ad suitability, limited ad suitability. There you go. Chatting Libertarianism with Crod, that has ads on it. Limited ad suitability. I have ads, and I can have ads on bodily autonomy as an extant right from February 28th and from February 27th. Right, ignoring chat. That one's good. Limited ad suitability. Limited ad suitability. On. Limited. On. Completely ineligible. And limited. It's like I can't get any ads. Yeah, because while this is up, I have ads. And the moment this video gets live, the automated software will put ad suitability on it. Right? And it'll immediately restrict it. You'll still get ads. You'll just get ads from companies that are in the danger category, and then I won't get anything from them. I stopped using Rumble because Rumble, is, I mean, as cool as it is, it doesn't have that many features, which is fine. YouTube doesn't have that many features either. But like, it was difficult to like, it was like people were having difficulty using the phone. People were having difficulty like logging, and supposedly it's better, but then I see a bunch of people saying it's still trash. And then the thing is that like, the live streams would do okay. I don't necessarily believe the numbers I got on Rumble. I think there's like bots and follow bots and stuff that are just there because people are botting their shit. And then when those bots aren't botting anybody that's bought them, they're botting other things as a means of like not appearing suspicious. But even then they were like, you would get you could not get anything. Like the search algorithm is still trash. And I could not get anybody to like see any of my videos on Rumble. And then the other problem with Rumble right now currently is the auto upload feature is basically broken. So anything that you put on YouTube, you need to manually put on Rumble as well. And unless you have an editor, that is just like a lot of work. Like trying to put a live stream up on Rumble or like trying to put, stuff. I might start, I'm probably going to do a test stream. Next time we do a Wednesday stream. And see if my computer and internet can currently handle streaming to both Rumble and YouTube. I don't know. And just kind of see what that does to my numbers. But here's the other problem is that there's no API access. So I can't put Rumble chat on the screen. I can't do anything with the chat. It's just there on Rumble and you can't see it unless I look at Rumble. It's just like Rumble still has a lot of problems. And I respect them for trying to do free speech and stuff, but it's just like the fact that they don't have API access at all is like, it is really an issue. Like it should not, like we really like, that should have been fixed like a year ago. I mean, if you have the server space for TikTok, as they claim, then you ought to be able to freaking you ought to be able to get API access so that I can at the very least have my chat on here so that if I dual stream, you guys can see on the screen like what people are saying on Rumble, you know? Because otherwise, all that's going to happen is you're going to have a more dead chat on YouTube because some of those people are going to prefer to watch me on Rumble and vice versa. And like the people on Rumble are going to be able to see what's being said on Rumble, but not what's being said on YouTube. But they'll be able to see what's being said on YouTube on the screen, but you guys at YouTube won't be able to see it. So some of you will go to Rumble, and then the issues that are problematic and like the difficulty making money. Let's be honest, it's really hard to make money on Rumble because it's really difficult to get people to like pay. I mean, I've got 2 channel members right now. You know, we used to have, we got up to like, I would say like about 70 subs on Twitch. So obviously, you know, I need like 68 more of you to become monthly members, but it's fine. Like I understand it's been a while since I've been streaming. I'm just coming back. So I have to earn your trust to do that. But like getting people to become members and like pay money on Rumble is like, well, you better be on the computer because this is never going to work on the phone or on the TV or anything. And it's like, it's going to be even harder to make any money and convince people to do, which I mean, like, I'm not trying to say like, I'm just like this giant money grubber or anything, but like, you know, if it's hard for me to make money on one, it's easier for me to make money on the other. Well, you know, there you go. Now, will I get more ad revenue from Rumble? Yeah, I'll get more ad revenue from Rumble in this, but Rumble, once the live stream's over, won't show. I'll get like 2 more views. Whereas when this live stream's over, I'll get 100, 200 more views. Like if I go back to my YouTube, right? If I go to studio, because I don't care. I can't show you the monetary shit, but I can show you basically everything else, right? So like in the last 48 hours, these live streams have gotten 174, 144, and 15 views. Like you won't get that on Rumble. You know, published videos, here we have like, you know, 376, 319, 449. You know, the Madness stream's up is almost at 900 views, right? Like I can't get like once the Rumble live is done, it's gone. Like it might as well not exist on Rumble, because if you try and search for me, you won't even find me. So the YouTube algorithm is just better, even though it's censorious. I think a big issue with YouTube is that the algorithm rarely pushes streams, while on Twitch you can kind of find these streams randomly. Yeah, but see, here's the thing. When I was on Twitch, you used to be able to, and we were averaging 40 to 50 views live, and like we were peaking at like 80 to 90, getting like real close to triple digits. And then all of a sudden, you couldn't find us if you searched for us. You had to type our name in. And even sometimes if you typed our name in, you still couldn't find us. We were never on, even like if you looked for us, you couldn't find us in the thing. And then they added a recommended section, and the recommended section was all people that Twitch was friendly with, people that they had partnered with, Asian Pacific Islanders Month or something like that. And so, your recommended section, we wouldn't show up on anybody, and it was really difficult to find us. Right? So it's like our numbers started dying on Twitch in direct proportion to that. And then the other thing is I started getting more and more scared about what I was saying on Twitch as more and more people were getting banned. Because if I get banned on YouTube, I can just go to Rumble or Twitch, But if I get banned on Twitch, I'm not allowed to appear on anyone else's Twitch stream. So if I get permabanned on Twitch, I don't have the clout like Destiny, where like people are willing to risk getting banned because they're watching a Destiny video, or they're willing to have him on a panel, or people are willing to just not stream on Twitch, even though they normally stream on Twitch, and go to their YouTube, which they don't stream that often, because they're on a panel with Destiny. When it comes to me, I'll just get uninvited. They'll just be like, oh, you're banned on Twitch? Okay, well, you're not invited to this panel. So, yeah, there became a bunch of issues. Getting Benjamin, I can't see because of this fucking emoji. I need another person to type so that I can see shit. I hate this. Getting Benjamin Boyce was huge for me. I mean, but again, this is why I ask you guys to be members, because let's go to YouTube, right? And let's look up Fabian Liberty. So I did Benjamin Boyce. I did Conversations twice. 2 different videos, right? So here is his video. 2.8K. And then mine is 291. Here's his other one. This one did pretty good. 13K over 18 months. Right? Now, if I go to Benjamin Boyce and I just go to videos, 3.2, 1.8, 1.8, 27,000, 2.1, 3.8, 4.3, 4.2, 26,000, 10,000, 1.8, 13,000, 7,000, 28,000, 11,000, 15,000, 3.8, 2K, 8.8. So one of mine didn't do that bad, But ultimately, what I got out of Benjamin Boyce was maybe like 50 YouTube subs. That's what I got. And my video, like I said, got like less than 300 views. So, I mean, it's an uphill battle. You have to have a certain amount of subscribers before YouTube will put you in front of a certain amount of people. They act like it's all based off of like watch duration and shit. That's a very small portion. Hey, Shadow Warden, appreciate it. Again, I'm not bitching. I promise I'm not bitching. I'm literally just trying to show you like the reality of the situation. Which is that clout takes a big role. I mean, like, I will bitch a little bit, but I appreciate you, Shadow Warden. I really do. Here is my biggest gripe. Okay, if we go to Fabian Liberty and we go to Chloe Cole. This is my biggest gripe. Okay. So I interviewed Chloe Cole for a 2-hour interview. It's a year old and it has 343 views. And in this interview, we talked about politics. We talked about her going like moon landing conspiracy theory. And also in this video, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one to discuss with her that she was sexually assaulted, and that sexual assault made her hate her breasts, and that the process of talking with the psychotherapists, they never engaged with the concept that maybe her gender transition was in some ways influenced by the fact that she was a victim of sexual assault, and it made her hate her body. And I think this is an incredibly important and disgusting thing that has happened. I don't know why Chloe Cole doesn't bring it up more. Maybe it's really difficult for her. Maybe she was really comfortable with me in a way that she wasn't with other people. I don't know. But that is basically still a secret that nobody knows, because my interview with her got 343 views, right? But if you just search Chloe Cole, right, and there's 7.8, here's 1.8 million, here's 281,000, here's her channel with 19,000, here's her on Jordan Peterson with 4.1 million, 2.4 million with Matt Walsh, 527,000 on her channel. World Wisdom Speaks, 2.4 million. Hugo Mad is just a video that Chloe Cole is a tag in with 14 million. Young America's Foundation, where she speaks, 41,000. Daily Signal, 1.2 million, and it just goes on and on and on, right? So if you search for this person, right, and you try and find interviews with her, YouTube is like, nah, we don't show that interview. And so there's shit in that interview. There's some audio issues in that interview, for the record, right? Like, I understand part of the reason why I didn't do well, but like, come on. It is an uphill battle, like you said, if you stay principled. It's a long road to hoe. It is, but hopefully, one step at a time. And I think I have other issues. There are things I can work on. My work ethic isn't all that great, though I am, doing other shit, right? Like, this isn't the only thing I'm doing. But nevertheless, in my life, but, we're going to grind. I think we're getting back on the grind. And I think there is a path there. It's just, it's going to be a long path, because I don't kiss ass and I stay principled. Was that interview a VOD? No, it wasn't a VOD. It was, what do you mean a VOD? I don't know what you mean by VOD. Like, it was, I don't, like, was it like hidden behind a paywall or something? No. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, just a regular YouTube video? Yeah, it was a regular YouTube video. It's also on Rumble, but like on Rumble, I think it has like 20 views or something. If you search for Chloe Cole, you can't find that video unless you're already subscribed to my channel on Rumble. So like, these videos just aren't, so like, the algorithm is like, it's rough, right? Like, the algorithm really is. What? Is the stream crashing or something? Or is it just being weird? Telling me that my stream bitrate is off, but like, the suggested bitrate is like way lower than what it actually is. Whatever. I might have just geeked out for a second. Oh, it says excellent condition. Whatever. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. But I want to get into this reaction. I don't want to complain. Shadow Warden, thank you so much. I only need 5 more members, and we'll get more emotes out for all you guys. And hopefully we'll, I've got plans. I've got things to do. I will say, coming up next month, I am going to go dark for a while, but that's because I have my kids for like 2 weeks. But that's like the end of next month. So like, that's not coming for like another month and a half, or like a month and 10 days or 8 days from now or whatever. Right. So it is a little bit, but I am going to go dark for a while. And that is because I'm going to be watching my kids for 2 weeks straight. My kids are toddlers. So like, they wouldn't understand. Like, my son is nonverbal autistic, and we're going to pull him out of kindergarten to continue to continue one more year of ABA therapy. And then my daughter's even younger than that. But let's get into this. So again, I don't know how trustworthy these guys are. I don't know. It's just it's weird. But we'll see. I'm interested in it. It sounds pretty charged. It sounds pretty crazy. None of this would surprise me. I'm kind of willing to believe everything in here anyways because I hate the FBI and I think they're dirty as fuck. But then there's a former FBI guy that's supposedly debunking, and I kind of want to laugh at that more than anything. But also see if he has some valuable stuff to say that like actually proves it right in some fashion. So I'm going to put this and speed it up just a little bit and then see what happens. Why is it so quiet? I mean, it's not quiet on my end, but I can see on your end that it's quiet. And I can't cut it up any more than that. So hopefully you guys, I'm gonna cut my mic down a little bit, and then hopefully I'm cutting my mic down a little bit. Hopefully you can just cut up the volume to max on your end. So and then hopefully my ears won't blow you out because this video on Twitter is quiet. Okay, so first and foremost, I can already tell that this FBI, Gavin O'Blennis, is gay as fuck. And there's another dude there. And I'm just saying, I'm just throwing this out there. Dude might be bullshitting because he's on a date. It's a weird thing to bullshit about, though. I mean, that's what they did, obviously, right? Like, I mean, obviously his money was taken away, but that wasn't the FBI or anything, right? Like, he's supposed to pay what, $1 billion fucking dollars that he doesn't have for Sandy Hook situation, which is just like insane and wild to me that an entertainer is not allowed to, like, you defamed these parents. Like, they're not public figures when it's like the biggest mass shooting in like 20 years or something. Like, how these people aren't public figures is wild to me. And he never, and like they just lied about him encouraging violence or anything like that. Like he just said, he's just Alex Jones. He just did crazy talk. It's crazy to me that you get $1 billion because of some presumed fucking thing against him. Shadow Warden, what I said is it's quiet. I mean, currently I'm not playing it, but oh wow. Okay, yeah, it is actually. Hold on, let me see. Let me see what is going on. It's coming through on media, but it's not. Oh my fucking God. I have had media on this React screen muted this entire time. Who knows how long? I'm assuming the entire stream, which means you guys, none of you said anything about the fact that when I would switch screens, that the music would go away. You fuckers. I hate you so much. I hate you all so much. Why did you not tell me until just now? Did you guys not notice when I switched from this screen to this screen that like the music disappeared? Like you have not had any lo-fi music this entire time. Like, how could you not say anything, guys? You thought it was normal? All right, whatever. Well, I'm restarting. Here we go.
You can kind of put anyone in jail if you know what to do. How? You set them up. Does the Bureau practice entrapment a lot? And we get really close. We call it a nudge. A nudge? A nudge. Sometimes you just gotta give them a quick little, just to see what happens. Sometimes you light the fuse and just wait for it to follow. And that's when we're putting out a fake social media thing to like really get people mad. Alex Jones. Yeah, so we were after him.
Again, so far, this concept that this might be fake, is this just not what we already assume? Do we not just already assume that like the FBI, I mean, like, shouldn't even normal people assume that the FBI does this? We know that the FBI does undercover operations. We know that they've done, other things they've been involved in, like, you know what I mean? Like Ruby Ridge, for example, right? We know that they get involved with, in internet communities and Discord servers, etc. Like literally every mass shooter, with the exception of like one or two, was on the FBI's radar. Well, what the fuck does that mean they were on the FBI's radar? Well, that means that the FBI was in some way, shape, or form manipulating them or in contact with them or watching them, which means they were on their Discord server or whatever, trying to poke and prod them to get evidence for further, even if you believe that all of that is above the board and good, right? That like they're just there in public spaces finding people that they think are potential threats and that they're trying to nudge them to get them to say something crazy so that they can get a warrant so that they can investigate crazy people. Even if you think all of that's good, you would assume that they do that. The idea that people don't realize that they do that and they at the same time assume that they do that, but it's only they assume that they don't do that when a Republican or a conservative or a libertarian says it like it's a bad thing. And then when a lefty says it like it's a good thing, they assume that they do that. Like this is literally just like the inherent contradiction within the lack of thought within the American public, that they know that this is happening, but they can't admit that this is happening if it's being said by or stated in a context that makes it sound like it's bad because they just love their government in those positions. It's like these same lefties would be like, they don't do that. You're a conspiracy theorist. And then like they'll turn right around and be like, oh, the FBI, planted people to make the Antifa riots worse. It's like, oh, the FBI is like their best friend so long as it's targeting someone they think might be MAGA or MAGA's upset. And then they're their worst enemy when it comes to Antifa. It's just like, it's insane. And it's the same thing with Republicans too. They'd be like, no, Antifa's just violent. Like the FBI would never be involved with them. And it's like, dog, what are you talking about? Like you just got finished 10 minutes ago talking about how January 6th, the FBI were completely planted in there, but you think they're not doing the same shit to Antifa? Like, what are you talking about?
You are? I did what we wanted. Which was what? Took his money away. Chopsticks.
Gavin O'Blennis is a contracting officer at the CIA. O'Blennis worked for the FBI in 2021 and 2022 in the San Diego office, moved on to Homeland Security where he conducted asylum interviews at the southern border, and now works for the CIA managing multi-million-dollar contracts across government agencies and private sector vendors.
I work for...
Dude, this is just describing his job to me is already like so fucking infuriating. That there's like this job of like connecting NGO fucking money with the CIA and like God, like I can just listen to him describe his job. That job in and of itself should just be infuriating.
And security where he conducted asylum interviews at the southern border, and now works for the CIA managing multi-million-dollar contracts across government agencies and private sector vendors.
Managing multi-million-dollar contracts. Where is that multi-million dollars coming from? Your tax money. With government agencies and other like he's literally, your tax dollars are making massive contracts to like information sharing, to like fucking what's that place, where the Aspen Institute, where they go to discuss why Christianity isn't good enough because it needs to be pro LGBT, BLM, and woke, etc., and how we're going to infiltrate Christianity as a religion, and how we're going to teach social emotional learning in schools with a spiritual focus and start creating woke hymns so that children can learn the religion of wokeness in your schools. This all sounds like made up crazy shit. It all happens at the Aspen Institute, which is the same fucking place that like Katie Couric and Prince Harry and Google and the CIA all got together to warn Twitter to that like Hunter Biden's laptop might come out by the Russians. Make sure nobody sees it because it's a Russian op. Like it sounds made up crazy talk when I say that shit, but that's all shit we know for a fact. That's not even shit that's up for debate. That's just shit that's been reported on. There are receipts, and we know that it happened, and nobody denies other than lefties that just go, nuh-uh, show me the receipts, and you show them receipts, and then they just block you or don't talk to you or move the goalpost. Like, the fact that this dude's job even exists is fucking infuriating. Like, multi-million dollars to just have all of these corrupt incentives and organizations try and poison your children's public schools and like censor the internet and put the levers wherever they want so that they can control what the population thinks and believes for our own safety. Hell yeah, Stacy. I appreciate you. That's dope. I don't know why the thing isn't freaking out about it yet, though. I should have the alerts on. The alert box. Yep, the alert box is there. Maybe it'll just take Streamlabs a second to figure it out. But yes, thank you. After some digging, the founder of Sound Investigations was a source manager at Project Veritas. They did an investigation about the hub and trafficking on the site before. Okay. Yeah, I saw that they recently hired some people and that they've grown a little bit, but like the founder is a former Project Veritas person. That makes sense because everything seems to be kind of a carbon copy of what Project Veritas used to do. Okay. I appreciate that though. Thank you so much.
Multi-million-dollar contracts across government agencies and private sector vendors.
I work for, how do I put this without, I'm not supposed to tell people kind of job. If I say intelligence, what do you think? CIA? Yep.
Oh, you work for the CIA?
I do.
That's incredible.
I'm a contracting officer.
Yeah, this dude's trying to get some bussy. Let it be known I said bussy. Like, you can just hear it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying I don't trust these things. I'm just saying, like, I can hear it in so many of these videos are people trying to get laid. And it's like, I know that they're going to be prone to exaggeration if the bussy, boy pussy. There you go, Casimir. You've learned a new word. It's butthole.
You work for the CIA?
I do.
That's incredible.
I'm a contracting officer.
That's amazing.
So I deal a lot with like different agencies. We're contracting with like Director of National Intelligence to do stuff. We do Navy, Army, any of them really. I just FBI. I used to work for the FBI, so they threw the FBI at me. They're like, here, you used to work there. Oh, I'm permanent. I said, yeah.
Good. Well, why do they call it contracting?
Because I do the contracting for them. I do all the legal contracts. I fly out to vendors and evaluate them. I love the agency.
Good for you.
I like the Bureau too. The Bureau was a lot of fun. I got to do a lot of cool stuff with the Bureau. I was the guy in the back of the truck in the van.
O'Blennis spoke to an
Yeah. Again, this is thanks for that, Scott Never Change. Dude, I am who I am. All right. Yeah, there we go. Stacy Pastry. Delayed as fuck. It took Streamlabs a while to figure that out. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. But yeah, it sounds like he's trying to get laid. So it becomes difficult to understand how much of this is hyperbolic. Because, you know, people are easily manipulated when they're trying to get some ass.
Undercover Sound Investigations reporter about his work experience involving near entrapment and his employer's involvement with political commentator Alex Jones's legal battles.
As long as the Bureau is able to progress far enough to be able to put pro-lifers in jail whenever they want.
Yeah.
You think that's on the agenda?
You can kind of put anyone in jail if you know what to do.
How?
You set them up. You create the situation to where they have no choice but to act on their impulse. And once they act on that impulse, then we call that entrapment. It's a fine line.
Does the Bureau practice entrapment a lot?
I mean, I feel like this is just obvious. Like, I don't know. Is it because I'm an ANCAP? Is it because I'm an anarchist that, like, I already live in this world where I'm like, well, duh, that makes sense. Like, am I like, you know what I mean? Like, are normal people like, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. But like, I'm just sitting here like, duh. Is it, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen things, you know what I mean? Like, I've seen C-beams explode at Orion's belt or whatever, you know, all of these moments will be lost like teardrops in the rain. You know, like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. The journalist probably doesn't look that good. That's just how desperate they are. No shade on the journalists.
We get really close.
Not officially.
No. We get as close as we can. We get as close as
YouTube kicked you out as soon as you sent it? What? Why?
We can't do it without doing it.
So they can entrap some of these pro-lifers into doing things that they don't.
Yeah. We call it a nudge.
A nudge.
A nudge. Sometimes you just gotta give them a quick little, just to see what happens, right?
And how does that happen?
You put a post out there, or you have some fake profile say something that triggers, that we know is going to trigger them, right? Like, we already know your history. If we're to that point, we already know everything about it. So we're like, oh, this will piss them off.
Oh.
Sometimes you light the fuse and just wait for it to follow, right?
Like a rally. Like a, so when a rally happens, that's sometimes the bureau behind it?
Yeah, sometimes.
I don't know. Like, I don't know how the other guy is going to debunk this, because this is just like, this is how I assume the FBI operates. Like, how else are they fucking finding criminals proactively? Okay? Like, just think about this for a moment. Like, take all morality out of question. You're the FBI. You're supposed to find criminals and terrorists and crazy people. Okay? You are rewarded based upon how many people you find. So the incentive is find as many people as possible. Okay? And now you have the ability, you have all this information that's public and information that isn't public, right? And what do you do with that information? Do you only just watch these people and you don't get involved and you take a completely passive position and you wait for them to slip up and put something in public that is very clearly bad? Well, then all you're ever going to catch is the absolute dumbest of people, and you're never going to prevent a terrorist attack. So what do? You join their private Discord. You talk with them. You get involved with them. You get in the Telegram chats. You say things that you know are going to piss them off or know are going to get them to do something, so that you can get more information, so that you can get a warrant, so that you can stop them, or so that you can make them think that you're on their team, so that they'll give you some information so that you can actually, again, get a warrant and stop them, or like figure out what they're doing. So setting a morality aside, this shouldn't surprise anyone, because this is literally the only way the FBI is capable of operating. Otherwise, they're not doing anything. The hope of sex versus the threat of torture. Well, torture doesn't fucking work. People will say whatever they want to get the torturer to stop. Right? Like torture is very, very ineffective. But positive, the hope of sex, dude, people will also say whatever they want if they think they might get laid off of it. The difference is that, like, you might get some truth from the sex thing because people are stupid and horny. But from the torture thing, they'll say whatever you want to hear. So, I mean, I guess they're the same. I don't know. Oh, no. Hold on. I dropped part of my fume. Telling all the wrong info, right?
Nothing like putting on a fake social media thing to like really get people mad. Mm-hmm. Post fake news. Sometimes it's not fake. It's embellished a little bit.
Who would be like a big influencer that you're after? You're like a, I don't know, like I don't even know these names. Like a Fox News person, or like a Tucker Carlson, or like.
Oh, I'm sure he's right. You always
also love how the actor is like so bad, and yet people never pick up on the shit. Like, it's hilarious how easily duped people are. Like, I don't even know who these people are. Like, oh, it's like, yes, you, like, come on, dude. That was so cringe. Like, if you said that, I'm not saying that I can't be honeypotted, right? Like, you give me you give me a dark fucking girl with fucking curly hair, you know what I mean? And big, pretty eyes. Like, I'll get dumb. Like, I get it. But if you were like, oh, I don't even know who these right-wing people are, but you're super into politics, I'd be like, well, are you super into this, or do you not know who these people are? What the fuck are you talking about? Am I being, like, I would, like, that would be like, yo, what? Like, hold on. Something suspicious here. Like, this is cringe.
The biggest and loudest. Like that, what was his name? The one that said Sandy Hook didn't happen.
Alex Jones.
Yeah, so we were after him.
And now he's pretending like he doesn't know who Alex Jones is.
You are? Are you still after him? Why?
Because he's broke.
How dark? 1 minute from midnight dark. Look, I like them all the way from midnight to swarthy. All right. I mean, I don't mind pale girls too, but they're not my like, my particular fucking perfect.
Are you still at that? Why? Because he's broke. He got found guilty and had to pay like $100 million. So what? Why were you after him? We're not anymore. Just to get the money from him? Yeah.
Was that court case used? Was that a CIA?
Sure it was.
That was the agency thing?
Well, actually, it was a defamation case, so it's a civil, not government. But we were looking at all of his followers, commenting, following, like, who's that going to do this to, right? So even though it's technically not our, well, not the agency, definitely, but the Bureau, for instance, yeah, that's not our purview. It's a civil matter. Since they got all this access to his stuff and it's there, what can we go find?
And did you find it?
I can't. Oh, we did.
I mean, okay, so I'm like already foreseeing the FBI guy trying to debunk this shit. But like, yeah, it sounds he's bullshitting a little bit here. Like it's kind of obvious he's bullshitting here. But also like, and he's just trying to impress the other person. Also, will they deny it? I bet they won't. I bet they won't deny any of this shit because they might have receipts.
But, so, it's just kind of like, realize the opportunity that you have.
So with Alex Jones, you were watching him long before anything ended up happening?
Probably. It wasn't my office, but, I mean, we would have been well aware of what he was doing.
And the goal with him was what, just to bankrupt him?
Pretty much. And we let the families do it.
And what?
We let the families do it.
Were they encouraged to do that by the Bureau? Like nudged?
We don't encourage people, but like we just say there's no federal statute being broken, but you do have the option for a civil case, and it's a pretty good case.
Nice.
This doesn't even seem that shocking to me. Like he's literally just saying that like, dude, what like the agents that the intelligence community was watching Alex Jones, duh, and that like they probably like told people that like they fucking, hey, we don't have a federal case here, but you can use a civil case. Like the FBI doesn't have a bunch of woke people that are trying to get rid of dangerous people like Alex Jones, because Alex Jones is clearly dangerous to the government, obviously, because Alex Jones, whenever he can find anything, he'll do whatever. It's not about the shock value. I know, but it's just like I have such a difficult time with these because it's like I don't know how much is being hyperbolic. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure with you. I understand. Like, I just wish there was some receipts tied to this. What the actual evidence, Casimir, will be so like it will be this. Will be the United States government and intelligence community refusing to deny it because they're afraid that that this group may or may not have information regarding the veracity of the claims being made by Gavin O'Blennis. I think that's when you really start to go, oh, okay, there's really something here. Because when, like a lot of times, it's kind of like no one wants to be the one to get in trouble and have to fall on their sword, right? And so no one wants to put out a statement saying, oh, this isn't true. This is unequivocally false. Because if they do, and it turns out that it is true, then they'll be the martyr. The problem is that if no one does it, they're kind of just admitting that this is true. Because here we have someone recorded and they're representative of the agency, or at least, multiple agencies in some form or fashion. And retired. So they certainly have personal experience, and they will claim that these things occurred. And there might be some hyperbolic, usage here because they're on a date, or there might be, some embellishment to some degree. But the fact that no one is willing to come out and unequivocally say, this is false, this didn't happen, it's impossible for this to happen, here's why it's wrong, we do not do that, et cetera, I think is really telling, especially when you remember that Jake Tapper, went before Congress, and when Congress Republicans were saying, hey, are you or aren't you gathering mass surveillance data without warrants on American citizens. And he was like, not wittingly, not to my knowledge, and gave these like dance around no's that were proven to be lies, and he still didn't get in trouble, right? He works for CNN now. So like, it's not like there's a ton of risk to just say no, and yet they still won't do it because they know it's true, because we know it's true. And they're just hoping the story will go away. And so I think there is some evidence in these systems, but it's their refusal to deny these things allows them to kind of play a game where they go, well, just because we didn't deny it doesn't mean it's automatically true, but also we refuse to deny it because it's not worth anything. And then they go, well, this person's just talking out of their ass. And it's like, okay, maybe, but like they are talking and they are a representative of your agency and they don't know that they're being recorded. Is this or is this not true? And their refusal to engage with it, especially once we kind of all can deduce that this is probably true anyways, is as far as it's not a smoking gun, but it is telling, and it does show you how much power the federal government has, because they don't need to answer to you, because it's probably true and it might not be true and it might be just hyperbolic and made up, but all the evidence that we do have seems to suggest that it's true, and the state feels no need to even answer the call to these questions because they're above reproach. The FBI, the CIA, you have no power to stop them, and there's nothing you can do. Just like when, a pipe bursts in Atlanta, Georgia, and they send everybody home and they say, we're not going to count any more votes. And then they magically find, 14,000 votes that are 99% for Biden, and they put them in at 2:00 in the morning. And we all go, hey man, we should fucking investigate that. And their form of investigation, when we're screaming at the top of our lungs, is, well, we recounted those votes, and it turns out that those votes that were for Biden are still for Biden, the ones we recounted. There's no proper investigation. And then they just gaslit the American public into being like, oh, see, this is actually Trump trying to cheat the election because he said, all I need is 14,000 votes. I don't need more, because he's saying that's all that's needed for a recount or to flip the election. That's, if you listen to the context of the conversation, it's fine. And they go, see, this is Trump trying to cheat an election. And then we're all like, hey man, what about the pipe bursts? What about these votes you found in the middle of the night that weren't there? What about you lying to the media about a pipe that never burst? Where did this come from? Who gets in trouble for this? And no one gets in trouble because you have owners. You don't have a government that is for and by the people. You have owners. And so long as you play their games, they let you pick between person A and person B. They let you pick between a shit sandwich and a douche. And you're not allowed to pick anybody else. And maybe if you pick the wrong one, they pick the other one for you. You have owners. That's the real story behind these investigations, is that it doesn't matter what this person says. Yeah, it was a South Park reference. Yeah, I'm glad that you got it. It doesn't matter what this person says, because at the end of the day, it can be the most egregious shit, and they'll just pretend like it doesn't matter, and then it'll just go away because because if too many of you grab your pitchforks, they have the power to find out before you gather enough people and stop you and put you in jail. Especially if it's a January 6th situation where it got out of hand, they'll make an example of you. How do they make an example of you? Oh, I don't know. You'll sit in jail for 6 months in solitary confinement, having psychological torture done to you, and no one will get in trouble for that. And then you'll be Enrique Otario, and even though all you did is plan protests that weren't designed to infiltrate the building, but were only designed to antagonize, and nothing more than any other protest, and you'll get fucking 17 years, even though the FBI has people on the prosecution has people on the defense team that are secret agents during the trial that are privy to information. They have agents infiltrating you during the trial so that they can find out the defense's case and how the defense plans on going about in court so that they can be prepared and write their statements ahead of time, knowing full well what all of what the defense's closing remarks were going to be and things like that. And what do you know? Nobody gets in trouble. That's the real story. The real story is that they can do whatever they want to you and they don't get in trouble because so many of you are peaceful and you let it happen. It's the meta conversation that's more important than whether or not this guy's claims are bullshit because he's trying to get some pussy. That's just part of the problem. That's just a guy that may or may not be full of shit, probably isn't, and also is probably exaggerating a little bit because he probably isn't privy to some of the shit he's saying. To my friends, everything, my enemies, the law. Yes, that is a quote from a, shall we say, famous fascist.
Our opinion. So, that makes so much sense. I have a cousin who's a lawyer, so that's a lot of these cases. They're kind of encouraged by the FBI.
Yeah, like there's nothing federal law we can do, but civilly, we can go at them that way. Chop his legs off.
And they did. Yeah. So the FBI was happy.
We didn't care. We were like, oh.
Basically, the citizens did your job.
Yeah.
It is fucking wild to me if anybody thinks that this doesn't happen. If someone sees this video and goes, this guy's full of shit, the FBI doesn't get involved in civil court cases against large anti-government populist people. I was like, wow. When you say that to me, I'm just gonna be like, oh, you're really not a student of history, are you?
Wow, so you can encourage a civil lawsuit.
Not encourage. Educate.
What can you do with people like Alex Jones now? Because he's still out there. Yeah. He's still chirping.
He can chirp.
Are you still watching him?
Yeah.
Why?
He did what we wanted.
Which was what?
We took his money away. We shut him up for a while. You're never gonna shut him up permanently.
Well, unless you put him in prison.
But again, he didn't do anything to go to prison. Being ignorant is not a crime, Coach.
It is. I mean, what you could bring a nudge.
He did incite a riot, like Cheeto. He didn't encourage people to go shoot people. He didn't do anything.
Additionally, O'Blennis states that he knows.
I mean, it's kind of hilarious that, like, honestly, I would have expected worse. Right? He's like, it sounds like he's just describing how the FBI probably operates. Like, he didn't do anything. I mean, like, I don't know that he's privy to this. He's probably just making up shit, but like, hey, good night. I'm sure I'll comment on the rest of the stream tomorrow. Hey, I appreciate it. But like, yeah, I mean, like, I listen to this and I go, yeah, that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, it just doesn't seem crazy to me. I mean, it is crazy. But like I said, the crazy thing is the meta conversation, is the fact that this will mean nothing.
Knows and works with FBI agents who were undercover in the January 6th Capitol riot, estimating about 20 field agents were there undercover. While O'Blennis notes that they were not involved in violence, this appears to be the first admission of undercover FBI agents in attendance.
I thought you said that there were FBI agents in the crowd at J6.
There always are when there's a big protest in D.C. Just in case it gets out of hand like that. But there wasn't enough to turn that tide. I mean, I'm talking they maybe had 20. You needed 1,000 to get rid of that crowd.
So they had like, that was just 20?
Yeah, just go through there and see what they can hear, you know, that kind of thing.
That makes perfect sense, and we know this to be true, right? Like, when we look at the court documents of many of the January 6 people, we know that they had embedded agents within these, within many, like Proud Boys, for example. We know that they had embedded agents in the Proud Boys. We don't know whose agents they are. All we know is that there are people that aren't named, that aren't being charged despite being involved. And that means that they're either a federal informant or they're an agent. There's no other explanation to intentionally protect the identity of individuals and just be like, oh, this is person X, whilst not protecting the identity of other individuals, not charging them with crimes. They either are an informant or they're an agent. And that's like, we know that it's like what, like something like 20, a little over 20 in the Proud Boys alone. Now, granted, he's talking about the FBI, but like, I'm sure Capitol Police had people involved in at least there in the crowd. I'm sure plenty of agencies had people there in the crowd. People that were doing undercover work, he wouldn't even be privy to that. Like, he would not be privy to like undercover agents that are working in specific militia groups. He's just saying, yeah, anytime there's a DC protest, like as far as I know, I'm sure we had a couple dozen people in there because that's what we do anytime there's a big protest like that. And I feel like that should just be assumed. Like the FBI does that shit. Now, whether or not they're antagonizing or whether or not they're, letting things go forward, they're incentivized to. It helps them if things get out of hand. It helps them if they can find dirt on people to arrest, especially if they can stop it or hunt them down later because it justifies their budget. If they prevent, you can't prove a negative. So if they prevent a big protest from occurring, if they could have prevented January 6th, right? So that nobody got into the building or that nobody went past the first barricade. Well, all they would have done is said, we helped calm and escalate things because we were there. Nobody cares about that. Oh, but if you have people embedded and you cause some shit and then you kind of just leave the causing some shit, off the record most of the way, and then you track down and arrest 50, 100 people, all of a sudden your budget's justified and you're doing the Lord's work, giving justice to all of these crazy insurrectionists. The incentive structure is absolutely there for them to encourage violence, not stop violence. This is the difference between that and a private market. In a private market, anytime this violence occurs, it's bad. It's always bad. If any violence occurs, it will always be seen by whomever is paying you protection money as a police agency or something that you have failed. It will always be considered a failure. And so the incentive there is to reduce problems. So under a government system, the incentive is to cause problems, to cause terrorist attacks, to cause mass shootings. Now, the real incentive is to cause them just enough so that they don't happen and then stop them right before they do it. So that you have all the evidence that they were going to do this thing, right? But if you fuck up every now and then, that's not as bad as not causing it in the first place, because if you don't cause it in the first place, well then why are we even paying you anything? And then of course, if you cause 20 mass shootings, stop 18 of them, right? And nobody, it's never on the record or never really understood by most people that you were the cause behind all 20 of them, and 2 of them happen, and then 2 others that you didn't cause happen. Well, then that means that, you have proof that you stopped 18 out of 22 mass shootings, and you did a good job tracking down all the information and very quickly getting 2 of them, and then you got the other 2 eventually. Well, that sounds like the FBI is doing a bang-up job. Except for the fact that they caused 2 mass shootings, doubling the amount of mass shootings that would have occurred if they didn't fucking exist in the first place. Right? Like, if you just apply basic logic to it, that's obviously how this shit operates. And people that are denying that, it's just wild to me.
Wow.
And it's like, okay, deny it, but like, remember the last shooter that had an FBI agent that was in his Discord and then had another guy that that is a mysterious person that showed him all the weapons he needed and showed him all the things all of the prices on different things, and then basically helped the guy write his manifesto, which was in many ways a carbon copy of the Christchurch shooter. He was known to the FBI, but he wasn't known to the FBI. It was just a retired FBI agent that was one of 3 people in that Discord, and then another guy. Wink, wink. Nothing to do with the intelligence community there. Or, the tons of connections between the Las Vegas mass shooter. Like, Jesus Christ. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, just go through there and see what I can hear, that kind of thing.
Wow. Definitely. They need 1,000 at least.
Well, see, that's also Capitol Police jurisdiction. They're in charge.
So
why they didn't have more on hand, I don't know.
The Bureau didn't really want people knowing that they were.
Why didn't they have more on hand? I don't know. Probably because they begged for more on hand. And then during the day when things were getting worse, they were calling all around, and like Nancy Pelosi's second guy wouldn't let them fucking have more. And the only people that were actually given any orders were fucking National Guard that were sitting there for like traffic and shit. And they could have been called upon, but not if you ask Pisco or any of these other lefties that love to defend them. Like, oh no, those just for traffic, and they could never have helped out in any way. And even when Virginia was like, dude, we have people. We can send people in now to calm the situation down. Oh, fucking, they magically didn't have permission to go in either. But, you know, it's no funny business or anything. I think Capitol Police got bent over the fucking goals and became scapegoats when they didn't do shit wrong.
In the crowd. That would be overstepping their bounds.
A little bit.
Do people know that?
What?
Do people know that the Bureau was in the crowd?
Nope, they probably never will.
You know agents that were there?
Bitch, we all know that.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
The agency knew.
Yeah, again, whether or not his process or his numbers or how much information he's privy to is true, I don't know. And could he be like making it all up? It's possible, but it's exactly what we expect and how it should be. But it wouldn't surprise me at all. It would almost be weird if he didn't know a couple people that were involved in January 6th. For $400, $500, $400 to $500 for a laptop is actually a nice little hunk of change. Like, if you spend your money well, you can get a decent laptop for $400 or $500. You really can. All right, so last thing of the night, let's look at least some of this. So this is Kyle Seraphin, right? Podcaster, recovering FBI agent, federal whistleblower, constitutional extremist, Second Amendment defender, truth bombardier. And here's his Rumble podcast link. And he was saying, this is all bullshit. For those of you who want a specific way to debunk the information in this video, the analysis is very easy, and I cut it from today's podcast. Here's a 15-minute primer on Grindr journalism. Sound on. Right, so I don't know what he's going to talk about. Grindr journalism sounds like they set up a gay day and dude was exaggerating a little bit, and that sounds about right. I don't, but I mean, like, are you actually able to debunk the information? Let's see.
The receptionist to I'm a secret agent track is a little longer than 2017 to 2023. Most people doing quote unquote journalism are really bad at this because they've never tried to elicit real information. They're going after targeted information. The Chinese actually have a capable intelligence service. We work together.
Okay, right. So he clipped it, and it doesn't seem to be making a whole lot of sense right now. It's bouncing around, but let's see.
Against them, I think they're probably, most of the time, are more capable because our laws do not favor.
I know that I have ANCAP colors behind me and shit, but like, I'm not gonna lie, I find this shit really fucking funny when like I find some like constitutional conservative and they have like the waving flag background. I don't know why, I just find that shit so fucking goofy looking. It's like, fucking America, fucking FBI whistleblower, fucking I'm a constitutional conservative. Fucking look at this badass flag. It just seems so goofy and cringe to me. But I mean, I have ANCAP colors behind me in like, but I feel like it's more subtle. But you know, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm the goofy one here. Also, for the record, dude, when you grab images, can you grab images that are dark mode? Like nobody wants to see a screen full of white.
Them, I think they're probably, most of the time, are more capable because our laws do not favor going after Chinese intelligence services. And they sort of realize if they come over to the United States, it's not going to work out real well for them. So they work through like cutouts and third parties and so on. And they mostly stay, the intelligence service actual employees, what we would think of as W-2 federal employees, the people that actually work for the Chinese government, they hang out in China. It's much safer there. Then they run different ops the same way that we do, which is why the CIA has groups like National Resource. National Resource recruits Americans that travel abroad. Chinese does the same thing. This is open source information. There's nothing wild about any of this. This is just the way that intelligence
this is like way too loud. I'm gonna have to cut it down.
Services work. The problem is that we always want to know, what is our intelligence service? What are these IC folks doing against us? And yesterday, a group called Sound Investigations broke a story that they had on hidden camera, that they had evidence, a former FBI employee and a CIA contracts officer going on record or, you know, on unexpected record with a gay date.
He's not going on the record. He's not going on unexpected record. He's just, okay, anyway. So stupid.
Telling this guy, okay, the FBI had people undercover at January 6th, as many as 20, And then he also said that the CIA is targeting people like Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson, and everybody's head flipping exploded. This is the post-millennial talking about this story. They are breathlessly covering the story of this guy. You see him on screen, Gavin O'Blennis. An undercover video from Sound Investigations reveals former FBI employee and contracting.
Yeah, again, this doesn't even seem like a crazy fucking take. Like, this is exactly what I would expect and what the evidence already suggests. The idea that Alex Jones isn't the idea that the fucking federal government puts out a list of what they believe are national security threats, and one of them are like sovereign citizens and like anybody that's too much into liberty and like, you know, constitutionalism, and you know that they target that. And then and everything that we have known about the concept of MAGA Republicans in January 6th, the idea that Alex Jones isn't targeted by the deep state that he's constantly screaming about it would be a far crazier revelation. Like, to me, I would be floored if they found an undercover video from a guy and he was like, "What? Going after Alex Jones? No, we don't go after Alex Jones at all. Like, we've done the research and we don't think that he's that believable." And like media pundits, you know, are very easily and very quickly discredit him because he says crazy shit like they're turning the frogs gay. And he's in civil cases. So there's literally no reason for us to target him. There's no reason for us to deal with him. We don't see him as a threat in any way, shape, or form. So we're completely laissez-faire with Alex Jones. Like, if that came out, that would floor me. That would shock me. I would be like, wow, that is insanely efficient and unexpected and like fairly liberty-based FBI. I am shocked that they are not wiretapping Alex Jones right now, because they used bullshit warrants to wiretap fucking Donald Trump during a presidential campaign. We know that's a fact, that they just did what they could to try and take down a potential presidential candidate because Hillary Clinton paid some people and they just wanted to blow through money and justify their budget. So they just targeted the person running for president on a fucking whim based off of a document from a British spy that was bought, and they all knew it was bullshit. But they just hated right-wingers to such a degree and hated the concept of a populist presidency and got some fucking, you know, like Page and other individuals that were biased as fuck to go after him. And then threatened his soon-to-be Secretary of Defense pick because he did something that every president does. And they didn't threaten him. They threatened to fucking arrest and jail his son. And we know that's true. And still nobody's in jail for that. We know that the FBI was a targeted weapon that committed treason. The FBI is a treasonous organization. And we know this for a fact. They committed treason. They committed treason against Donald Trump and his Secretary of Defense. And they they eventually were like, I guess we kind of did do that. When DOJ did investigations, but then DOJ was like, I guess there's nothing we can do. The military advisors just lied to the commander-in-chief and told him they were doing a pullout in Afghanistan when they weren't. And it's like, it's just a little bit of treason. So the idea that this is like beyond the pale. No, this is just someone being able to finally put a voice to what we all know is happening. And the concept that this isn't true and that this is overblown or exaggerated, it's like we all know this is happening. Why would you even bullshit and act like this isn't happening? It's totally cool to say, hey, look, this is totally happening. We all know it's happening, but this guy's just trying to get some pussy. That's fine. But come on, you know this is happening. Don't act like it's not happening. Don't act like way more than this is fucking happening.
CIA officer, this guy doing this thing, saying that they went after Alex Jones for Sandy Hook. They wanted to take all of his money. The new report was recorded on March 15, 22nd, and 28th. This is 2 weeks old, folks. This just happened, and they rushed this thing. This is the problem with people dangling the red meat out that you want to believe. Let's just cover this because this is in the video. There is his LinkedIn. I don't know if it's available anymore. I'm going to tell you a few things about him for starters. Then we're going to go into the video and then we'll come back to this. Okay, look at his education history. That guy is my age. He's my age. He graduated high school in the year 2000, same as me and same as my wife. So that's the guy.
Gavin O'Blennis is a contracting officer at the CIA. O'Blennis worked for the FBI in 2021 and 2022 in the San Diego office, moved on to Homeland Security where he conducted asylum interviews at the southern border, and now works for the CIA managing multi-million-dollar contracts across government agencies and private sector vendors.
He worked for the CIA as a contracting officer. He worked for the FBI as what he called an operations technician. That's not a job at the FBI as far as I'm aware. And if it is, it's some variety of what I have on the screen right now. Now, the job is actually known as the operational support technician. The operational support technician is a GS5, 6.
Hold on, pause. Did he just say, I don't know what the job is, but I think it's this, therefore this is what it is? This is your debunk? I don't know what this job is that he said. Therefore, I'm going to find something that has similar terms, similar names, and then be like, it's a GS4, GS5 job. I mean, this might be the job, right? But like, you just admitted that you don't know if this is the job and this is part of the debunk. This is weird.
7 and 8. When I entered the FBI, I was a GS10. When I left, I was a GS13. The first line supervisors are GS14s. The people who have any power are GS15s or above.
Okay, yeah, GS13 is pretty much what everybody taps out in like really good jobs, right? He's right here, right? Like GS14, GS15. Actually, it's GS13 plus, but it's basic. Some documents will say GS14, GS15. Some will just say GS13 plus. But I mean, yeah, sure, whatever. These are people that run departments and shit. Again, this guy isn't claiming to run any department. He's claiming to manage contracts and have friends and have people that work at the agency that he knows, and therefore he knows things because he knows people. And this guy is working in a capacity where certain things he's going to know and certain things he's not going to know. This is weird.
The FBI is very top heavy when it comes to the general scale on how people get paid. A GS5 through a GS8 is an entry-level secretarial job. Administrative assistant was the 80s version of trying to make a secretary sound like something more. Executive assistant was another version of this. A GS5 makes $33,878 at entry level with no other experience. Here's the other thing. They all get a top secret SCI clearance. So you can make all kinds of claims about what's going on. But having a top secret clearance in the FBI, every single person who works for the FBI gets a top secret clearance.
Some people get secret clearance, but yeah, pretty much everybody's going to have top secret clearance. Again, and like this doesn't debunk what he may or may not know, like, right? Or who he may or may not have worked with. Like, he also used to work in the FBI. Maybe he knew things that you didn't know. I don't know.
On the other side of this, what you see is from CIA.gov. This is CIA careers. This is the job requirements for the contracts officer.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the FBI position that he previously held,
which is the one that's not listed on his LinkedIn. The contracts officer must be at least 18 years old. Do you know what we know about people who must be at least 18 years old? They generally have very little life experience. Okay? They must be willing to move to Washington, D.C., able to complete security and medical evaluations. They must be registered for selective service. These are the lowest things. You're hired at various experience levels, from entry level to full performance positions. But being an officer doesn't mean that you are offering like a police officer where you are actually executing the authorities of the federal government. The officer status is that they are able to execute the credit card, the government P card, purchase card. Okay? He was the guy in the back of the van? No, he was not. An operation?
Yeah. That position you can debunk. Yeah, for sure. Like he's being hyperbolic there.
This technician is not the guy in the back of the van. A operational support technician.
I mean, assuming that's actually what he was, right? Again, he admitted that like he couldn't find the exact job description. And that also might just be something he put on his fucking LinkedIn. I doubt it. There's not really a reason to put that on LinkedIn because they have better things if you were the guy in the back of the van, etc. But it's not a full debunking, but yeah, you're probably right. Again,
is a person that sits at the desk that I bring 9 inches worth of national security letters or subpoena results that came from somebody's bank account. And I say, hey, on the top of that 9 inches of paper is a Post-it note, and it's got a file number on there. Can you scan these all to the NSL subfile? Thank you. If you have any problems, let me know. The OST is a phone answering, please go down and get us enough pens and put them in the conference room because we're about to have a meeting in there. Okay? That's what this person does. He wrote this up.
Well, you can't. You admitted previously that you didn't know what the person does, but you think that's what this person does. And now you're saying that's what this person does. Again, I don't know. You're probably right. He's probably right. The person is probably exaggerating. That doesn't mean that they didn't make friends. That doesn't mean that what they're saying is wrong. And that doesn't, and even more importantly, it doesn't mean that we can't view this as problematic when these articles come out based upon what they're saying, when we don't get a hard denial of the claims themselves. So the question is are these claims true? And then the other question is this a source you can trust? And I do agree with him that this debunking is a little bit like, this doesn't seem like a reputable source. It sounds like a dude trying to get some pussy, as I said multiple times. But the thing is that that's not really the story. The story isn't, is this a person, a trustworthy person? The story is, are these things true? And does the FBI or the CIA, etc., come out, fire this person immediately, say everything that they said was a lie, produce evidence, like immediately go, this is absolutely ridiculous, blah, blah, blah. Or do they try and ignore this and let people like you be attack dogs for them and pretend like this isn't an issue so that they don't have to make any clear statements about what we all know is actually fucking happening? That's the larger story. The concept that journalists these days are like using bullshit sources and that this isn't really telling us a whole lot is kind of just par for the course.
It's up on his resume, which you guys are seeing on there. And he worked there for 1 year and 2 months. He was a really experienced FBI person for 1 year and 2 months. What you'll also notice on all of these things that he worked basically for like 14 to 16 months at all these different jobs. Look, I'm a guy who's jumped around to a lot of jobs. I don't have any beef with somebody who does that. I don't think that makes them less of a human being. But this is a guy who's bragging about this on a date, telling people that his job was to collect, compile, and distribute operational information to team members that aligned interagency efforts during investigations and special operations. What? These things that's not even a real job description anywhere at the FBI. Oversee the rollout of emergency response plans designed to quickly assess the severity of potential crises and de-escalate harmful situations, mitigate threats that jeopardize the safety of FBI personnel. Oh my God, man. Come on. There are 2 major positions and career tracks that happen within the FBI. I'll give a third honorable mention.
Has this dude never read a resume before? Like it's not that crazy that people like you don't, your resume isn't supposed to put like exactly what you do in exact details. It's meant to like you fluff up your resume, you exaggerate things a little bit, and all the things that are on a resume are like technically true. Like but it's a first order consequence of the activity that you're doing, so you're kind of in charge of it, or you only did it a little bit, but those are some of the things that you did. Like it's like you're being this is someone that's trying to do a debunk instead of someone that's trying to have a conversation about stuff. This is someone that's like, I'm going to put out a video about how badass I am, proving how stupid these people are. Like, this person is in a debate bro mentality without actually like engaging with the meta conversation or the conversation. Like, it's silly. It's performative is what it is, which is fine. Streamers in general are performative, right? It is entertainment. I understand that that's like what you did here is that like you're doing a little bit of entertainment, but it's like, come on. It's like, come on, dude. Like, yeah, it's like, I'm the biggest brains. I'm the real expert. Come to me for all the FBI things. Look at how dumb these people are. And it's like, I kind of agree with a lot of what you're saying, but when you're pretending like you've never read a fucking resume before, and that's not how resumes read all the fucking time, and be like, what? Huh? That doesn't make sense. It's like, dude, come on, dude. Like, come on, man. Like, be a human. Understand the greater context of the conversation. Try and think about greater philosophical and political themes that apply to this. Why are people latching onto this? Why is this a juicy story? What are the subtexts? What are the things that aren't being said that are just as important as the things that are being said? Instead, you're just saying this isn't a trustworthy source because this person's on a date. Yeah, no shit. That's literally all of them. That's how all of Undercover videos are. But what comes from Undercover videos is you combine those things with receipts. And then what you do is you get the agency or the company or the pharmaceutical rep or the pharmacy care manager or Acorn you take whatever it is, you get them to make a public statement that this isn't true and that none of these things happened, and then they overstep their bounds, and then you utilize some of the receipts that you have to go, oh, that didn't fucking happen? Well, what about this? And then you catch them in a lie. And then it becomes an understanding that not only is the source not necessarily the most trustworthy person because they're trying to get some dick, but also the government isn't trustworthy. How can you be an FBI whistleblower and a quote-unquote constitutional conservative without understanding that the FBI is super fucking corrupt and that they have their hands in all kinds of problems and all kinds of shit, and that they're just as untrustworthy as this fucking gay dude trying to, fucking impress somebody with some, half-hearted bullshit that may or may not be true?
There are two major positions and career tracks that happen within the FBI. I'll give a third honorable mention. The first one is the special agent track. The second is the analytical track, and that's going to be the intelligence analyst. That's what our friend George did. He was a supervisor in that field. And I will give an honorable mention to what's called the squad operations specialist or the staff operations specialist, the SOS position, which is what is an embedded sort of tactical thing. They directly feed information into the agents to do their job. Anytime you hear the word technician or analyst in any government agency, you should pretty much be skeptical of it because the word analyst is abused massively. What you're also seeing is his previous experience. I want you guys to do the career track. I told you, he's 42 years old, give or take. In 2017, in August of 2017, I'd been an FBI agent for a little over a year. At that point in time in his career, he was a advanced medical support assistant for the VA. And it says right here, his first job with the VA there, first line responsibilities where he was actually being honest about what he did, assist veterans with scheduling appointments. Number 2, manually checking in patients, schedule follow-up appointments. Do you know the level of skill it takes? At that time, he's 35, 36 years old, same as me. This guy is checking in veterans at a VA hospital. The receptionist to, I don't
understand what this debunking is. Like, this dude's just being like, he's not in charge of the CIA. No shit. That's not this ain't close to the claim. Like you're just like, this guy's not a bigwig. Yeah, nobody said he was a bigwig. The question is has he in any way, shape, or form had access to information about the way that that things operate in that capacity? And it may not be true. It may be true. But you going after what he did in the VA is completely irrelevant to the entire video. Like, he worked for the VA. At no point in time is this guy talking about what he did in the VA.
Secret agent track is a little longer than 2017 to 2023. And as I said, in 2022, this guy was a procurement specialist with the FBI for a couple of months. He worked full-time in San Diego. Do you know how little access people in San Diego would have had to what Alex Jones had going on and the agents that were suing Alex Jones in Connecticut? They would have none. I'll just tell you up front. Do you know why?
Well, I mean, he never claimed that he was the one that had access to it. He said he had friends. Again, this is
because I was an agent and I was a lot closer during this time, and I had none. Now, the problem is this. If you really want to believe something, if you were looking at something and going, God, this confirms all of my worst suspicions. Of course, he's talking about undercovers. I worked for the Washington field office. I worked in the counterintelligence, and I worked in the surveillance program. I don't know what happened on January 6th. I can guarantee you this guy doesn't know anything about it. 100% guaranteed.
Oh my God. The claim is that he knows some people that may or may not that were at January 6th, but were not there in any secret fucking capacity, that they weren't there he never claimed that they were embedded with like Proud Boys or things that we do know exist because of the court documents. His claim was, I know some people that were there, and they said that we probably had like 20 agents and that wasn't enough to like actually stop anything. What are you talking about, dude?
He doesn't know. No way. Because he wasn't in a position to know. When we evaluate sources, it's very important for us to look.
What do you mean he wasn't in a position to know? The dude said that he knew some guys that were there. That was the only fucking claim. It's not a strong fucking claim. Did this guy not even watch the video he's debunking? Did he like get mad for a couple minutes? And like, this is that thing that leftists do, right? They argue, hey, computer carnage. This is that shit leftists do. They argue from negation, right? They don't argue a positive position. What they do is they do everything they can to subvert and undermine the claim without providing a counterclaim, right? The best examples, you can see this so often in, Computer Carnage, you're here. Fucking one of the OISTs showed up. You can see this in like Atlas Shrugged all the time, right? Ayn Rand does a great fucking job of like, especially with like James Taggart. It, like when you argue with a leftist and then they just keep going, they're like, answer the fucking question. And then instead of answering the question, James Taggart will just be like, but somebody had to take responsibility. And then they'll be like, answer the fucking question. And it wasn't going to be me that took responsibility. And it wasn't going to be anybody else that took, but then answer the fucking question. But all we have to say is that it was the radio, that was, what's his name? I can't remember the philosopher, but like, it was his radio broadcast and the problem's been taken care of. Answer the fucking question. And then it just goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And all they're trying to do is like subvert whatever the claim is, or subvert like the veracity of your claim, or like, you know, cast dispersion and doubt and all these like pivots and shit, but they don't actually fucking answer the positive. Like, they won't put forward a positive position. They won't answer the tough question. I'm not saying that this guy's a leftist, right? Like, this idea that he's just like, this is all bullshit, seems like he's trying to just like be known for like being an expert, and he's trying to flex his expertise, instead of like actually engaging with the larger conversation of like, are these things being done? You know, are these things problematic? It's okay to say that this guy probably doesn't know what he's talking about. It's okay to say that he's probably bullshitting. I agree with that. Again, the larger conversation that this guy seems, I don't know if this is part of the grift, if this is part of the, or if this guy's just dumb. I don't know. I don't know his content. Like, obviously he's not dumb if he was a former FBI agent and like ended at GS-13, but I don't know that necessarily makes him anything above a midwit. But the larger conversation, again, like I said, is like, do they deny the claim? You know, like do they deny it? When they say this is what's happening, do they deny it? If the FBI refuses to deny the claim and they just hope it goes away, that should be a problem. When journalists say, hey, we have these claims, it seems like you're doing corrupt, dirty shit. Someone that works for you is claiming you're doing corrupt, dirty shit, at least in some capacity. We look at the documents from January 6th court cases, and we can see that there are federal agents here, or at least informants, and you refuse to talk about these people. And now we have, random people that work for you kind of like confirming the suspicions. Like, what is the truth? Tell me the truth. Give me the receipts. Give me the documents. And they just go, and they just whistle and they wait for the thing to fly over. That's the story. Not that some fucking gay twink with a GS7 job said some bullshit that he doesn't really know about. That's not really the story. Yes, yellow journalists are going to run with this and blow it up out of proportion, but you're not actually engaging with the meta narrative. You're not engaging with the corruption and the system and how this thing works, and looking at the game of chess, and why is it that the FBI isn't going to come out and make a statement? Because people like you will be their attack dogs to discredit the story without actually talking about the problem, the corruption. Like the West, like our trust in institutions are crumbling because we know they're fucking liars over and over again, and they don't even engage with us anymore when we call them out, because they don't care to, because they don't need to, because the story will go away. What you're describing is exactly what makes some debates insufferable. Oh, trust me, I have debated many of these people. I have debated plenty of leftists. And they hate giving a positive position. They fucking hate it. Honestly, most people are like that. Conservatives tend to be, I don't want to say, I hate saying it, but it's true. Conservatives tend to be dumb to the point where they'll give a positive position. And then once you start engaging with that philosophically, they'll just fucking blow you off and like get angry and like pretend like it doesn't fucking matter and then reassert their positions. And a lot of lefties tend to be at least smart enough to know that their contradictory bullshit can't stand up to any scrutiny. And so they try and argue from negation and dumb stuff. Check out the conversation with Toyola. Yeah. I was just having fun with that until the end where I was like, all right, cool. Name the trait.
There are two things we care about in sourcing: placement and access. Is the person placed in a way that they might find something out? Are they part of an organization? Do they live next door to somebody? And then do they actually have access to it? Do they have access to the information we believe? If we do not talk about these two things when we evaluate sourcing, you are going to get honeypotted like this clown, or honeydicked, which I think is funnier. None of this information is bona fide. It's not vetted. There's no such thing as a nudge. We don't call it a nudge. I've never heard anyone use the term nudge. I worked in the FBI for 6 years. There's nothing about what this man is saying that is not publicly available information.
I mean, sure. I don't buy the idea of oh, I've never heard the term nudge, therefore nudging doesn't exist. Especially when behavioral nudging is an entire field of psychology, and that exists in the FBI as well as the World Economic Forum and plenty of other places. That behavioral nudging as a concept is absolutely an industry term at the higher levels. Now, the way that he described it, I will absolutely agree that nudging a person, etc., like that, doesn't make sense. But it's not like it's a made up term, right? If we look at behavioral nudging, let's look. Let's just look. Nudging. Let's look at FBI. Yeah, so real quick. This is just the quick I just Googled, right? Oh, hold on. Hold on. Right, so I just Googled. Behavioral nudging, FBI, from April 5th of last year. New manifesto gives the field of behavioral nudgers its own nudge. Since the 2008 book Nudge popularized the use of behavioral science in the public sector, city leaders have been great results to the work. Okay, so Control F, and let's look at FBI. Wow, is there not an FBI portion of this? Is FBI missing? Okay. Obama's Nudge Brigade. Let's look at FBI. Why am I getting all of these Google searches and FBI isn't showing up in them? So we have the Obamas applying nudge to public health policy. 8 citations, but I mean, that makes sense. The effectiveness of nudging, meta-analysis, meta-analysis of choice architecture. It's not like nudging is made up. Executive order. What is this? Executive order. Using behavioral science insights to better serve the American people. Right? So fucking an EO from from Barack Obama. Okay. What do we have here? A growing body of evidence suggests that behavioral science insights, research findings from fields of behavioral economics, psychology, about how much people make decisions to act on them, can be used to design government policies to better serve the American people. Right? Yeah. Behavioral insights policy directive. So let's look for, are we looking to find the nudge? Is nudge in here? Nudge is not in this EO, but let's be honest. This is what we're talking about. Nudge Squad to shape behavior from 2013. Government knows best. White House creates Nudge Squad to shape behavior. Such policies, after an influential book titled Nudge by former Obama czar, cast sunset. Look, I'm not saying that this is absolutely an industry fucking term within the FBI or that guy wasn't kind of bullshitting, but it's not like behavioral nudging isn't a fucking thing that there's a science about that that does exist within government policies. So being I never heard of no nudge, therefore this is bullshit. It's The guy was probably full of shit. I'm willing to believe that. But again, that's not really the story. The story is, are the claims true? And you're using this like position of like looking at it as an agent as to whether or not you would trust this information as like a means of intelligence. That's not how you should approach this story at all. You should approach the story by its reaction to the public and the reaction by the media, and especially the reaction of the intelligence community and government, and whether or not they do anything about it or make any statements, or whether or not this is just frustrating. It's frustrating how this guy is just doing the state's work for him.
This is the skepticism you must have when someone.
Not gonna lie, I don't understand what nudging is. Oh yeah, hold on, my bad. Hold on. So there was a book called The Nudge, behavioral nudging definition, behavioral nudge. So a nudge, as we will use the term, and this is just from Wikipedia, is any aspect of the choice architecture that alters people's behavior in a predictable way without forbidding any options or significantly changing their economic incentives. To count as a mere nudge, the intervention must be easy and cheap to avoid. Nudges are not mandates. So like at the World Economic Forum, right, you can use nudge theory. So there's a communist that works at the WEF now that is their design. Maybe try using Brave browser. I mean, I use Brave on my phone. I just don't use Brave like as you can see. Like I use I guess you can't see it without me switching a bunch of whatever. I use Brave on my phone because I do different things on my phone than I do on my home computer. My home computer, although I do fucking
dangles the thing that you.
Although I do do some stuff on my computer, I use Brave on my phone for different things. Cause I'm doing more. I do some shady shit on my phone, and then I'll use Opera, and then I'll use a VPN and something else. But Opera is just more convenient for the shit that I do on my computer, like the ability to have integrated Chat GPT and Chat Sonic. And having my my media player, my SoundCloud, there available. There's just other shit. Yeah, I'm not defining what shady shit I do. Nothing, too illegal. Nothing that violates the non-aggression principle, if that makes you feel better.
You want to believe. And this so-called.
But yeah, long story short, behavioral nudges are ways in which you at a large scale, a behavioral nudge is you might put out some bullshit information, for example, right? Maybe let's say a big investor says oh, we think, this is going to be a hot commodity to buy. And so that's a nudge. It nudges the market to engage in something in a way, even if it's not true and it's a lie. The World Economic Forum does this all the time. They put out articles, put out false information or information that kind of makes you feel a certain way in the hopes that the market will do a certain thing, or that psychologically people will be less inclined to believe certain things. So put out a little fucking, put out a little bit of fucking information about climate change, just kind of nudge people a little bit. In an individual circumstance, behavioral nudging is exactly what that dude described. That's what nudge theory is dangling, doing something that might set them off, or saying something that might upset them, or giving them some information that makes them act in a certain way that is somewhat predictable because you have enough data on them. So the way he described it is exactly how nudge theory in psychology describes it. Is that a thing that individual FBI agents do? I don't fucking know. But I mean, it is something that I wouldn't be shocked if it was happening in the FBI. Certainly wouldn't. And I want to know whether or not the FBI responds and says they're not doing
the skepticism you must have when someone dangles the thing that you want to believe. And this so-called journalist who's on this gay date is just doing the dumbest job. If you are feeding people information and giving them this sort of red meat questions and you don't have any skepticism, wouldn't you just ask a simple question like, hey man, how are you in a position to know this? You have to ask intuitive questions that follow along. Most people doing quote unquote journalism are really bad at this because they've never tried to elicit real information. They're going.
Yeah, I mean, like he's not wrong here, but again, he's attacking the truth, the how much we should trust the source. Yeah, it's not a very trustworthy source. Neither is the FBI, my guy. Neither are you if you are someone that worked in the FBI. Like, you're not a trustworthy source. Right? You might have access to the information. You may be an expert in the information, but I have no reason to believe that you're a truth teller, especially when you're a former fucking pig. You're like, come on.
Going after targeted information.
Also, both of us, we're not trustworthy because we're streamers. And because I'm a streamer, my job is to elicit entertainment from you. And so I have a corrupt incentive to say bullshit or to say overly bombastic things or hyperbole or say something that seems juicier than the truth, because that's what is more likely to make me money. So if I can sell you a little bit more, if I can play with the truth a little bit, then I'm incentivized to do that. I try not to do that. Sometimes I do that subconsciously, and anyone that says that they don't is full of shit. But I do my best to try and be as honest about my opinion as I can. But that incentive is there, and it's just like code switching. When you get into an entertainment mode, you start to embellish. And you're not trying to embellish. You're just trying to use better words that sound cool, or you're putting emotion into it that isn't necessarily how you might tell the story to a friend, because you're feeling as an entertainer. So it's like, I have no reason to trust you, my guy, but like, I'm willing to engage with the conversation. But he's not having a meta conversation. He's just very, very focused on like whether or not this person is a trustworthy source. They're not. Cool. So when you report this, you shouldn't report, this is true. You should report, this random fucking guy says it's true, and he said so on an undercover camera. Is it true, FBI? Do you have a fucking rebuttal? And when they're fucking giving you crickets, that's your fucking story. Is that the public is worried. The public is concerned. The public believes that there might be some truth to this. There's other evidence that this might be true. What do you say, FBI? Are you beholden to the people, or are you just a bullshit organization that fucking does whatever the hell you want with carte blanche, and fucking you get away with any form of corruption, and there's nothing we get to say, and we're just supposed to believe that the fucking corrupt politicians that we have that are on some fucking intel committee are like really holding your feet to the fire, even though we know from Edward Snowden that they're fucking terrible at that. That's the story, my guy.
This journalist guy is trying to get specific information, very specific information, and wants to get famous with it by getting this gay guy who's chunky and never did any of the work that he's alleging. I'm not going to tell you who I work for, but when I say intelligence, what do you think? CIA, that's it. I work for the CIA. Congratulations.
Yeah, that shit's cringe as fuck too. It's like, dude, it's on your link.
Look how excited you are. I'm Jason Bourne. The thing that we fail to have are people in the journalistic sphere that understand anything about how our federal government works and what those positions are. If you don't know that a contracts officer has no ability to see ops, at least not in a big way, then you're going to mistake it. Here's the guy that they should have been going after. And this is the kind of person that you would employ. The person that you would employ is what the CIA calls a targeting officer. A targeting officer, I'm going to actually play you the recruitment video of what a targeting officer is. The targeting officer's job is setting up who your targets are. Unfortunately, Sound Investigations and Project Veritas is very good at doing the same thing before they got disbanded. They also failed at having a targeting officer. They targeted targets of opportunity.
Well, this is someone that the founder is someone from Project Veritas, but okay.
Opportunity, oftentimes.
Like, you could kind of tell based upon the way the video was edited and everything that they're the same people.
Those were junk. They didn't have access or placement, but they didn't know how to evaluate that. That's what this job does. The CIA actually employs people full time to do this.
Dude, did you never watch a fucking Project Veritas video? Like, every time that they would do one of these videos, they would gather receipts. And then the company, like Pfizer or whatever, would come out and be like, that's not true. And then we would be like, and then they'd be like, oh, we have this receipt. And they'd be like, well, fucking it's probably not true. And they'd get caught red-handed, and then nothing would happen because people like you were like, that's not the most trustworthy source. Doesn't fucking matter. That's not the fucking story. That's not how these things are done. Jesus Christ, man, go back to fucking elementary school and learn about fucking muckrake journalism and yellow journalism, right? It's sensational. It's intended to be sensational because it's intended to piss off the public. It's intended to hold a fire to the powers that be. They're not fucking intelligence operatives, okay? Like, that's not how media works. Yeah, they're not good at this like you might have been as like a fucking actual spy. That's not how this works, dude.
Targeting officers give you a target package, why and where to get the information, and they have to actually figure out, is this person in a place, do they actually have the information that I might need? And then you would do a go, no go based on whether they have it later. The second thing is the FBI actually does this too. They bring on SOSs and intelligence analysts, and they do what are called Type 5 assessments, where they literally take a pool of names and say, are any of these people going to be in a place where they can get the information, and do they have access to the stuff we want to know? Are they worth our effort to recruit? Let's evaluate them. Let's put them on a graph. Let's put them on a board, which you'll see this guy doing. There's some fake graphics here because it's Hollywooded up. But the funny thing is, there is a process for finding out whether your target is of value.
I'm just going to speed this up because these guys, like, I'm just sick of his bullshit. It's like, I'm glad that he's like explaining, you know, from his perspective, intelligence and how it works, but he's missing the entire fucking point of like how journalism is done, whilst being like really fucking proud of himself and patting himself on the back that he understands how the Bureau works and how intelligence works and how government works. And it's like, that's cool. I'm glad that you have that perspective, but like this fucking ego that this guy has, like, look how dumb everybody is, when you don't get the point of fucking of sensational journalism and like what sensational journalism is intended to do is like, I don't know. I find it really funny. Like, I just find it funny that like you don't understand journalism, you understand intelligence, and you understand that these aren't intelligence officers. And I feel like, yeah, duh.
And it's called targeting. Targeting is finding out whether this person has the thing that you want. Okay? Here's the CIA telling you, like in plain words.
I'm just back from a meeting with our nation's national security staff regarding a new intelligence collection.
I don't care about fucking them explaining what the fucking targeting officers do in the government.
Officer.
At the end of that video, what you saw was the logo for the Directorate of Operations. The CIA has many different directorates. I want you guys to actually look at what you're seeing on the screen right now. What you're seeing on the screen is something quite simple. It's something we should be evaluating. It's his previous job, which said that he worked for the Department of Homeland Security as an immigrations analyst of some kind. That's a GS9 to GS12 position. And being a Homeland Security analyst, an immigrations analyst, you're going to conduct studies, plan, and various management programs that directly impact the service center operations in this case. None of this stuff is you doing field work or setting up people or going after Alex Jones or seeing who's going to be in the crowd on January 6th. This is all bullshit. I wanted to show you these different directorates. This is from the CIA's public website. This is not secret information. Directorate of Analysis, that's the analytical end. Directorate of Operations, that's the kinetic end of the CIA. The Directorate of Science and Technology. The Bureau has similar versions of these, by the way. Science and Technology is where they're doing research and working on, you know, deciding what it is that they're going to spend their money on. Digital innovation, fine. Directorate of Support is where this man worked most likely. The Directorate of Support. They have vast different careers that enable.
Yeah, the guy's not a spy. Like, again, like this is like a lot to say the same thing over.
The CIA's mission. I'm not going to discount the fact that you need support people, but if you are doing contracts work as an entry-level contracts officer, there's nothing that suggests that you would know anything about what the CIA's targeting packages look like in a completely different directorate. They would come to you and say, hey, we need you to buy this software. And it needs to have the following parameters. And it needs to have the following safety protocols. And we need to make sure that it fits this. This is our request for quote. This is what we want to send out to bid. And then they'll go do that. That's the job that he had. None of that is human intelligence or signals intelligence or interception or planning or operations or anything along those lines. This is very sad because we're so...
The dude wasn't giving some fucking detailed account of shit. He was like, his entire thing was that like he knew some things. Again, he's probably full of shit. It's not that it doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist. You know, as soon as you open the video that the dude is being like subjected by like a Project Veritas grinder, tender date type thing. And that the guy's making up bullshit. Like, you know that without a doubt, the moment you place, like, you're not saying anything revelatory by saying that. We all know, right? Like, the whole point of this is that you get government agents to say things that they may or may not know. And then you get them, what you want is you get a clamor and you get people excited and you get people angry. And then you get the government to either admit or not admit the fault of these things. In no way, shape, or form, throughout this entire video, right? He's got a minute and a half left. Throughout this entire thing, has he actually dealt with, does this type of shit happen? Do they fucking target, do you think they targeted January 6 people? Do you think they were embedded in these organizations? Do you think the FBI was targeting Alex Jones? All of the actual claims, the only thing you're doing is saying this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, therefore it's not true. That's what the audience member is intended to take away from that. And I have a hard time believing that you're on the side of the people, and that you're on the side of the patriots, and that you're on the side of the populist conservatives that want good government, etc. When you're doing the attack dog work of the state to try and discredit a source without actually talking about the conversation about whether or not the FBI does these things. That to me sounds like some glowy shit. That to me sounds like you're still on the federal government's payroll. That to me sounds like your whistleblowing's full of shit, and at the end of the fucking day, you're all for these big agencies continuing to do the shiesty bullshit that they do, and that you have no desire to actually go against those people because you want to keep your head, your job, whatever. You're coming off glowy as fuck, and it's expected, I guess, but it is just kind of funny that anybody takes you seriously. I mean, and by anybody, I mean 133,000 people on Twitter are taking you seriously just because you puff your chest and flex your subject matter expert kind of like knowledge in certain scenarios without actually engaging with the overall conversation. You're doing the job of the state. You're I don't know. It's very glowy. That's all I'm saying.
So excited about seeing something that
I'm getting tired. It's getting fucking midnight. No, so I'm repeating myself and being silly at the end of the stream. But like, dude, come
confirms
on.
our suspicions that we go into that confirmation bias insanity and we stop thinking. A lot of people turned off their brains. Alex Jones is one of them. I actually privately shared with guys like Owen Schroyer. I'm like, look, man, we've got to be in the business of sussing out truth. And the things that seem the most helpful to us, that we are most excited about knowing, we're like, this confirms everything. That's the thing you should be the most skeptical on, not diving on top of it. This is the Bongino rule in effect. There's a reason why Dan is good with this stuff. He also worked in the government, and he knows that somebody who claims to be a contracting officer doesn't mean they're taking out hits on people.
Right. And then here we have it. I've DM Owen Schreier, and this is why Dan Bongino is so good. But, Alex Jones is a big problem here too. I just I don't know. Like, you're glowing so fucking bright. I need my shades, my guy. Like, I got to finish this video like this because because the glow is just getting too intense. Here we go. All right.
In Western Europe. That's not what contracts officer does. This is a fat, sad, lonely man who probably found a friend on Grindr who got targeted by some weakly, not scrupulous, not critical thinking journalist. I'll put that in air quotes too.
Yeah,
journalist.
no shit.
The sad thing is the Sound Investigations did a really good work going after the Pornhub folks. That was targeted. They went after people who had placement and access. CEOs and C-level employees, senior programmers, people that had been with the company since the beginning. That's how you do that. You find out the right target. Their targeting was correct. In this case, they struck out. Grindr journalists.
And here we go. They did it's so sad because they did a good job on the thing I don't like. But when you come after the state, I'm just going to subvert your journalism and not actually understand the narrative.
Sucks. It's weak and it's poorly targeted.
All right. So yeah, there you go. Let's go. Put some music on in the background. Once intel, always intel, right? It's been a long night, boys. I know most of you are probably asleep at this point. It's midnight. I'm going to work on... I got to figure out how to pull YouTube clips from live streams and turn them into videos. Hopefully, I don't have to clip it and then download it, then edit it, then re-upload it. Hopefully, I can, work some YouTube magic and not have to do all. If I have to, I have to. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. I've water cooled my R5. I have the newest R5. It's not the greatest thing for video editing, but it's not bad. It's a 120 millimeter fan water cool on a R5. It could be better, but it's it gets the job done. So I'll get it done if I have to. And put out that music video reaction portion as a standalone video. just kind of see how things work on here. But join the Discord if you're not already in the Discord. Probably be back Monday. I definitely will be back Wednesday. I will be talking with Honey Badger Radio. Not sure what about just yet, but general libertarianism and men's rights kind of view. Talking to some of the old heads here. Should be fun. I think it'll be a fun conversation. And then who knows what else we'll do for the Wednesday stream. And like I said, I usually stream on Mondays to do some debates and stuff. So stay tuned. Join the Discord. You know, you can hit me up on Twitter. If you hit me up on Twitter, again, if you hit me up on Twitter, like my DMs are open. But by default, I have to like, if you've never DM'd me before, I have to like go through my like, these people want to talk to you or whatever fucking portion of the DMs. So it might take me a minute. Same thing with Discord. But if you're in the Discord server and you DM me or you just add me in the server, I'll probably respond. It might take me some time to get to it, but I usually respond. Consider joining if you're watching this now or watching this later. It's only $3.99. You get a badge, you get some emotes. If we get a couple more members, we'll be able to add some more of the emotes from Twitch and stuff. I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing with members yet. You know, for right now, I'll probably take some song requests for the political reacts, you know, and just try and pay attention to what it is that you guys like, etc. And for right now, I'm just kind of feeling out like what those look like, how excited people are for it. Maybe figure out what I may or may not do with them in the future. But I appreciate you guys. And as for now, stay tuned, join those, like, share, subscribe, consider joining, follow me on Twitter, etc. And I'll definitely see you guys next Wednesday, same time, 7:30, 7:45 p.m. Eastern. But I'll probably see you Monday. Get some good sleep. Dude, I'm doing great. I'm working out now. I'm eating healthy. I'm getting sleep. I will be just fine. I appreciate it, nevertheless. Deuces.